Alright, here's a fun fact about the Sochi Autodrome. Did you know that this track is built right on the Black Sea coast? And has a mix of sharp turns and long straights? It's basically a roller coaster with a view, and it's known for its unpredictable weather and stunning scenery. So, drivers better have their game face on, because slipping is just part of the fun here. Hey everyone, we're down to the wire here. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to jump in before the timer runs out. Don't leave your choice to chance, get your favorite in the race. Alright, this is quite the throwback showdown. On one side, we have Maya in a classic 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS. That car has a pretty rough and ready reputation. Known for being lightweight and nimble, which could give it an edge on those tight corners. On the other side, S&R Savage in a 1962 Facel Vega Facel 2, a car that oozes luxury and power but might struggle with agility compared to the Nova. Considering the race at Sochi Autodrome, the track's mix of high-speed straights and sharp turns means handling and acceleration are crucial. The Nova's smaller size and lighter weight might help it zip through the turns more efficiently. Meanwhile, the Facel Vega, with its bigger engine and heavier build, might excel on the straights but could falter in the corners. So, Who am I betting on? Honestly, I think the Nova's agility will give it a slight advantage here. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Facel Vega's raw power will surprise us all. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, Maya's starting on pole in this vintage beauty. A 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS. She's got that classic muscle car vibe. So let's see if she can hold on to that lead at Sochi Autodrome. This is gonna be fun to watch. Maya is leading the pack right now. Senna Savage is right behind in second place, and Ice is holding strong in third. The race is off to a promising start. Dale Earnhardt is slicing through the field to take third place. Amy is making a move, climbing to fifth. Shoebox TV is on a tier, jumping to seventh after passing 5 cars. Lazy Towner is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is climbing steadily into the top 5. Ice and Amy are nose to tail, battling hard for 4th place. Willow Shrub is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 12th place. Dale Earnhardt is inching up 1 spot to second. N.R. Savage and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a close fight. Scuderia Veloce is right behind Zero Time Alive now, closing the gap quickly. Liagnation and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 9th place. Lazy Towner is making a move, climbing up to 14th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Scuderia Veloce is now in 8th place. Liagnation has climbed to 9th. Amy is closing in on the top 3. Willow Shrub is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on me, cutting the gap by over a second. Looks like Dale and I are about to have a showdown for the top spot. Dale Earnhardt is now in 1st place. Shoebox TV has climbed to 5th. Josh Biosh is now in 16th. The race is heating up. Maya is watching the battle for 11th place heat up with 0 time live and Scuderia Veloce neck and neck. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Josh Bjosh, closing the gap by a full second. Big Boy Bets is right behind Hingle McCringleberry, also cutting down the distance by 1 second. Amy is now in 2nd place. Lazy Towner has moved up to 12th. Notes is closing in on Mafia Mavi, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. NM Savage is gaining on Maya Fast, closing the gap by over a second. Hippie Langstrom and Willow Shrub are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 11th, leaving some races behind. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 9th place. Willow Shrub and Pippi are nose to nose for that same spot. Newts and Mafia Mavi are locked in a close fight for 20th. Congratulations to Dale Earnhardt on the victory. Looks like he's still got the magic touch on the track. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Mazda 717C might have a good shot. It's a classic Le Mans prototype, and should have that perfect balance of speed and agility for the Tsukuba short circuit. The Lola models are also contenders with their aerodynamic design. But I think the Mazda's proven endurance and power give it a slight edge. The other cars are interesting options, but they're either a bit older or less specialized for tight technical circuits. So, my money's on the Mazda 717C to come out on top. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to pick your favorite car is about to run out. Make sure you get your choice in before the countdown ends, or you'll have to stay with whatever's left. Don't miss out on the thrill of the race. Oh wow, Two vintage beauties going head-to-head at Tsukuba Short. Such a classic showdown. The MKA C84, one from 1985. Sounds like a real sleeper. Probably got some hidden tricks up its sleeve with all that old-school engineering. Meanwhile, the Lola ADA01 from 1984 might have a little more agility. But how well it's been maintained is anyone's guess. Given the age and the specific cars, I'd say the race might come down to how well the drivers, or rather the AI controlling these vintage beasts, can handle the tight corners and acceleration. Honestly, my money's on the Lola. It's a year younger, might have a slight edge in technology, and maybe a bit quicker on the track. But hey, it's vintage racing, so anything could happen. Ready to see these classics battle it out? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Tsukuba Short Track. Amy's starting on pole in a classic 1982 Dome RC 82 Su. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Amy is leading the race right now, followed closely by Uncle Tobin in second place. Lian Yeshin is currently in third. The pack is still settling in, so expect some shuffling soon. Uncle Tobin. You must be thrilled to win at Tsukuba Short. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2019 Ford Focus ST probably has the best shot at winning on the Grand Valley Speedway circuit. It's known for its sporty handling and turbocharged power, which should give it an edge on those twisty curves and straightaways. The other cars like the BMW M235A or the Audi A4s are decent, but I think the Focus D's balance of speed and agility makes it the favorite here. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better do it now before the timer runs out. Time is ticking, and we don't want any last-minute panic selections. Get those choices in quick. Welcome back, Turbo Benzina. Great to see you return to our little virtual racetrack. Ready to see some AI cars burn rubber? We've got the engines revving and the competition heating up. Stick around, it's about to get exciting. Well, it looks like we have a classic showdown between a 2010 Opel Corsa S 2000 and 2004 Opel Corsa S 1600. This 2000 model generally has a bit more horsepower and better handling, thanks to its more recent design. So, based purely on car prowess, I'd put my money on Pippi Langstrump. But then again, Hingle McCringleberry might surprise us with some unexpected moves. Still, 10 years of technological updates usually give the newer model a slight edge. So, I'd say that Pippi will probably take the win here, but don't count Hingle out just yet. Alright folks, we're kicking things off at Grand Valley Speedway with the TCA class. Maya's leading the pack in a classic 2000 Audi A4 B5. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position, or if the AI will surprise us. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Scuderia Veloce in second place, and Pippi Langstrump rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start already. D30 is making a move, climbing to 16th place. Adam Flash is also on the rise, now in 17th. Scuderia Velo is holding onto the lead, climbing to first. Amin-san is driving a Suzuki Swift from 2014 Dodida. They are currently in 15th place, so not quite in the mix but hanging around. Notes just overtook someone to take 4th place. Looks like they're on a roll. Amy is climbing up to 8th place, inching closer to the top 10. Ingo and the Kringleberry and Amy are nose to tail for 8th. This is getting interesting. Zero Team Alive and Amin-san are neck and neck for the 14th place. Adam Flash and D-Fizzards are also locked in a close fight for 16th. Zero Team Alive is climbing to 14th place. Adam Flash is catching up to 16th place. Maya is leading the race with her Audi A4B5. She's been quick, setting the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's holding a solid pace and maintaining her position well. Adam Flash is in the 16th place, driving a Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup from 2011. Their fastest lap is 2:22.585. So they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloz for taking the victory at Grand Valley Speedway. Looks like they really knew how to leave the others in the dust. Well deserved. Hey there, Deplorably Apple. Welcome back to the chaos of our AI car races. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed fun. Get ready to see some cars zooming past like they're trying to win $1,000. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloz for winning the race. That's quite the streak, winning 7 days in a row. They're clearly unstoppable. Also, huge shout out to Maya for smashing the fastest lap and claiming a sleek 2000 Audi A4B5. Hippie Langstrumpf, you did it again, winning the bet race and earning a sharp 2010 Opel Corsa 2000. Notes. You really went all out with the most overtakes and now get a sporty 2014 BMW M235 iRacing. And last but definitely not least, Scuderia Veloce, you've earned 500 request points for your impressive winning streak. Well done to all the drivers and races today. Hey guys! Time is ticking away, so make sure to pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the action now, do we? Get your choices in and let's see which machine takes the lead. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 2009 Morgan Aero Supersports is a sleek, aerodynamic beast, known for its handling and modern tech. On the other hand, the 1973 Porsche 911 RS is a classic with raw driving feel and a legendary status. Given the track is Mont-Tremblant GP without chicane, the Morgan's modern design might give it an edge in stability and speed through the corners. Yet, the Porsche's pedigree and lighter weight could make it a fierce challenger on the fast straights. Honestly, I'd lean toward the Morgan for its contemporary engineering, but don't count out the classic Porsche in a race where driver skill and car character could shake things up. Let's see who ends up in the winner's circle. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Mont-Tremblant GP. No chicane this time. Leading the pack at the very start is Dr. Keeps Appleway in a 2010 Gambala Mirage GT, sitting pretty on pole. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others have a surprise up their sleeve. Dr. Keeps Appleway has taken an early lead. Nuts is holding strong in second place. Egenerite is right behind in third. Looks like a close battle already. Beyond Two Dark Souls is making a strong push, climbing 4 spots to 14. Turbo Benzina is also on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 18. Egenerite and Nuts are locked in a close fight for second place. Turbo Benzina is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Lian Yashin is inching closer to the top 3. Dale Earnhardt is also making moves up to 5th. Master T Gamer 9000 is on a tier, climbing 3 spots to take 6th place. Lian Yashin is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Dale Earnhardt is also on the move, climbing 2 spots to 3rd. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Master Tagman 9000 has also moved up 1 spot into 5th. Newts and Master the Gamer 9000 are nose to nose for 5th place. Scuderia Veloz is climbing to 8th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls has moved up to 10th. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Rex Nizura are nose to nose for 9th. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack is heating up. Isaac Switch is climbing up to 10th place. Turbo Benzina and Beyond Two Dark Souls are locked in a fierce duel for 11. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 13. Rexenzero is climbing up to 8th place. The battle between Scuderia Veloz and Rexenzero for 8th is getting intense. Beyond Two Dark Souls is also making progress, now in 10th. Scuderia Veloz is now 7th place. East Basic Switch has climbed to 9th. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Rexenzero are nose to nose for 10th. Scuderia Veloz is closing in on Nuts. and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. X-Basic Switch has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Beyond Food Dark Souls has also moved up 1 spot to 10th. Beyond Food Dark Souls and Degenerate are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Turbo Benzina is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 10. Scuderia Veloce is making steady progress, now in 6th. Its Basic Switch is closing the gap on Nuts, getting closer by 1.6 seconds. Hingle Mekringleberry just overtook Ace Basic Switch X for 8th place. They're nose to nose in this tight fight for that spot. Turbo Benzina advances to 9th place. Frank Ray climbs to 11th, and is now battling closely with Beyond Two Dark Souls for that 10th spot. Turbo Benzina is climbing 2 spots to take 7th place. Hingle Mekringleberry and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail fighting for 7th. Deplorable is advancing 1 spot to 14th. Hingle Mekringleberry is climbing to 7th place. X Basic Switch is now 9th. Frank Riddy has moved up to 10th. Hingle Mekringleberry is really having a rough time dropping back to 15th place. Turbo Benzina is climbing steadily to 7th place. X Basic Switch is also making moves up to 8th place. Congratulations! Looks like Dr. Keeps Appleway just proved they're the fastest without a chicane. Well done! Wow, Dr. Keeps Appleway really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that fantastic race win. You definitely earned it. And a big shout out to Lian Yoshin for snagging the fastest lap. You get first dibs on that sleek 2010 Saline 5S Raptor. Well done. Who's feeling lucky enough to claim that ride next? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Watkins Glen Short Classic is known for its tight turns and sharp curves, so having a car that can glide through corners with agility is key. While straight-line speed is always nice, the real challenge here is maintaining control and precision through those tricky sections. A balanced setup that prioritizes grip and responsiveness would give you the best shot at success. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your selections quick, or risk missing out on the glory of choosing the champion car for this race. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, what an interesting matchup. Axton Hits is in a classic Austin Healey from 1959, which is known for its nimbleness and sporty handling, but might struggle a bit in straight-line speed. On the other hand, Dale Earnhardt is racing a 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1, which has a bit more muscle and a reputation for raw power. Given the cars and the era they're from, I'd lean toward the Corvette having the advantage in overall speed and acceleration. But that Austin Healey might surprise us with its agility, especially around Watkins Glen's twists and turns. If I had to pick a winner, I'd say the Corvette probably edges it out. But don't count the Austin Healey completely out yet. It could make things interesting with its agility. Alright folks, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Short Classic. Adam Flash is on pole, zooming in a tiny 1961 AMG, a 1600 Mark II. Looks like we're in for some vintage charm and maybe a little nostalgia with this one. Maya is leading the race right now. Adam Flash is right behind in second place. Scozer Ops is holding on to third, but I wouldn't count out anyone just yet. Ford Afro is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 23rd. Taknesty and Pace CIR are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Ablaz is inching up 1 spot to 8th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Turbo Benzina is also making moves, up 3 spots to 21st. Scozer Ops just gained 1 position, now in 2nd place. Ashton Ayrton is closing in on Scozer Ops, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Pace CRR is climbing 1 spot to sit in 5th. Ablase is also up 1 spot, now in 7th. Ablase and Eden Flash are locked in a tight duel for 6th place. Morning Starsel is making a move, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scozer Ops is closing in on me, cutting the gap by over a second. Taknesty is gaining on Ashian Ritin, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Ashenariton is closing in on Skozerobs, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Abulaz is climbing up to 6th place. Deplorableable is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 7th. Ashenariton is closing in on Skozerobs, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 9th place. Adam Flash and Pippi Langstrump are nose-to-tail fighting for 9th. Skozerobs and Ashenariton are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Ashenariton just nudged ahead. Deplorableable is climbing fast, now in 5th. Forty Afro is making a nice climb up the field, now in the 18th place. Radicero Activa Vixen is also on the move, now in the 21st spot, after overtaking 4 cars. Dale Earnhardt is having a tough time, dropping 6 positions to 22nd. Ingame Kringleberry is making a move, now in 23rd place. Newts is right behind, climbing to 25th. Adenut 44 is also on the rise, now in 26th. Looks like everyone's eager to climb the ranks. Hymies is really having a rough time dropping to 26. Big Boy Bets is gaining fast, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Ashanriton is on your tail, Maya, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Ashanriton takes the lead, climbing to first place. Deplorably Apple advances to 4th, and Pippi Langstrumpf moves up to 5th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the front runner. Portiafro is charging through the field, now in 13th place after 3 quick overtakes. Deplorably Apple is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Skozarobs are nose-to-nose for 4th. Looks like a battle for the top 5 is heating up. Deplorable Apple is gaining on Maya with a 1.5 second chase. Pippi Langstrumpf has climbed 1 spot to 4th. Wowk CB is also on the move, now in 10th. Leon Yashin is rapidly catching Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 6 seconds. I'm inching closer to Ashanriton, trimming the distance by a little over a second and a half. Deplorable Apple is gaining on me, closing the gap by 3 seconds and getting closer to the back of my car. Wow, Ashanriton just took the win at Watkins Glen Short Classic. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Ashenuritan really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations. That was a spectacular race and you totally earned that victory. Can't wait to see what you do next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd bet on the 2019 McLaren 720S GT3 for that race on the circuit Assen North. It's a newer, high-performance beast with a blend of speed and agility that should shine on that technical track. Plus, it just sounds like it's ready to leave everyone in the dust. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss out on your shot to choose your favorite ride. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow! This is quite the matchup. On one side we have Nuts with the 2018 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, which is known for its agility and rallying spirit. On the other, Amy is behind a 2015 Bentley Continental GT3, which is definitely more of a grand tourer turned race car with serious power. Given the track is Circuit Essen North, which favors handling in quick corners, I'd say Nuts might have the edge in maneuverability. The Mitsubishi Evolution is a nimble beast and could dance through the curves. But then again, Amy's Bentley has a lot of raw power and stability, so it could punch through the straights and make a late move. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'd give a slight edge to Nuts because of the track layout and the car's agility. Unless Amy's Bentley manages to leverage its power early, it might just fall behind in the twisty sections. But I wouldn't be surprised if the race keeps us all guessing until the very last lap. Sure thing. Did you know that Bannock Ray Reverse is like driving your favorite roller coaster backwards, but with less screaming and more focusing? It's got twists and turns that make you wonder if the cars are trying to mess with us, or just showing off their skills. It's definitely one of those tracks that keeps even the most confident drivers on their toes. Alright, everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Bannock Ray Reverse. Rumi Fist 13 is on pole, piloting a classic 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. Buckle up, it's gonna be a vintage showdown. Rumi Fist 13 is leading the pack, with Oscar Wolf right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrom is holding on to third for now. Let's see if anyone can shake up that order early on. Uncanny Buddy is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to grab third place. Pippi Langstrom is not backing down, moving up 1 to second. Now Pippi and Rumi Fist 13 are nose to nose for first place. This is getting interesting. Dave Factor is making a move, overtaking 4 cars to climb to 12th place. Uncanny Buddy is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry is also on the rise, moving up to 6th place. Leanne Yeshin is on a roll, climbing to 20. Dale Earnhardt is right behind her, also making moves to 21. Turbo Benzina is catching up, now in 24. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Mission Man is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf with a 1.3 second advantage. Dave Factor and Dongazone 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Amy has climbed 2 positions and is now 12th. Hyosify just snuck into 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry also gained a spot, now 7th. Dave Factor is climbing to 9th. Dave Factor and Oscar Wolf are nose to nose for 8th. Uncanny Buddy and Rummy Fizz 13 are nose to tail for the lead. Kyozify just sneaked into 4th place. Dave Factor is climbing up to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Mission Man, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Dongatsonthar 3 is climbing up to 9th place. Amy is moving up to 10th place. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 12th place. Turbo Benzina is climbing fast, now in 21st. Prodigy Place 58 is making moves, now in 24th. Dreletsko is on a roll, climbing to 11th place. Leanne Yashishin is right behind, pushing to 15. Turbo Benzina is making a move too, now in 18th. The race is heating up. Wow, uncanny buddy, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Sure thing. Did you know that the GTE racing cars are built based on production models, so technically, some of these race cars are very close to what you might see in your local dealership? And yet, they can still tear up the track faster than most everyday cars. It's like giving a family sedan a superhero cape and some serious speed boosters. Hey everyone, quick reminder before the clock runs out. Make your pick if you haven't already, or risk ending up with the car nobody wanted. Time is almost up, so get those selections in. Ooh, this is a pretty classy matchup. The BMW M8 GT is a beast with its raw power and grip, perfect for those long straights and tight corners. On the other hand, the Porsche 911 RS-R is known for its impeccable handling and balance, especially on a technical track like Twin Ring Motegi West. If I had to make a call, I might lean towards the BMW for raw speed, but don't count out the Porsche's finesse. It's going to come down to who can better exploit their car's strengths and avoid crashes, which I'm betting will be the Porsche's game. So, I'd say the Porsche might just edge out the BMW in this one, but it's going to be close. Let's see if AI surprises us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Twin Ring Motegi West with Dale Earnhardt on pole in the GTE class. He's zooming in a 2016 Ford GT LM GTE. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Dale Earnhardt has shot off the line and grabbed the lead. Scuderia Veloce is right behind him in second place. Newts is holding strong in third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Maya is holding steady in the lead. La Croissant 1980 is closing in on the top three. Amy just made a bold move to second place. Frankworthy is climbing up to ninth. Not bad. Dietertz just overtook someone to take sixth place. Dietertz and Nuts are nose to nose for fifth. Frankworthy moved up to eighth. Frankworthy and fourth Efro are fighting for seventh. Hey NRF Society, great to see you back in the stream. Hope you've been having an awesome day. We're just about to watch some AI cars go head to head in a race. Stick around, it's gonna be fun. Dr. Monkey 13 is making a move, climbing 3 places to 13. Amy is inching closer to the top, now in first. La Croissant 1980 is also on the rise, moving 2 spots to second. Pippi Langstrom is chipping away at Franquetti's lead, closing in by a second and a half. Jerkplays just sneaked past someone to grab the 11th spot. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 16th place. Looks like a battle of the ages. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind both of them, battling hard for that same position. Maya is driving a 2019 BMW M8 GT. She's currently in 8th place, and her fastest lap is just under 38.4 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own but still has some room to improve. Wow! Amy just took the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Amy really showed them how it's done. Congrats on the win, you earned it. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrom for grabbing the fastest lap. That BMW M8 GTE is a real beauty. Maya, congratulations on winning the bet race too. Looks like you've earned that shiny BMW as well. This race just got a whole lot more interesting. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and cornering agility. The Bernese Alps Festival has lots of twists and turns through the mountainous terrain, so a car that can hug the curves and stay stable at high speeds would really shine. Acceleration is important too, but without control in these tight corners, it's pretty much useless. So, I'd say a balanced mix of grip, agility, and responsive steering is what would give a car the best shot at conquering this track. Alright everyone, time is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to make your decision before it's too late. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Alright folks, Maya's up front in that classic 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302. She's got pole position on the Bernese Alps Festival track, racing those vintage slow cars. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others come creeping up. The race kicks off with Dr. Felix taking an early lead. Maya is right behind in second place. Amy is holding strong in third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Turbo Benzina is charging through the field now in 10th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 just moved into third, climbing one spot. Pippi Langstrom is also on the move, jumping 2 spots to fourth. Lian Yeshashin and Oscar Wolf are nose to tail for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Lian Yoshin are fighting hard for 8th. Turbo Benzina and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close duel for 9th. Deplorable FDJ and 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 ELO. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady, but not making much noise up front. Looks like a smooth ride, but no real push yet. Turbo Benzina and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Dale Earnhardt has gained 1 spot and is now in 13. Epic Sugar is also climbing up 1 position, now in 15. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Trash Crashton, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are battling fiercely for the 12th place. Epic Sugar is climbing to 14th place. Nuts and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 15. Lian Yashin is climbing to 7th place. Turbo Benzina is making a move to 8th place. Newts is advancing to 15th place. Pippi Langstrom's car is a 1970 Ford Mustang, starting in 7th place. Looks like she's making her way up, currently in 4th, so she's gaining ground. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to climb into 7th place. Lian Yashin and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose for 7th. Mara F Society and Oscar Wolf are locked in a close fight for 9. Turbo Benzina just overtook Deplorably Able to take the 6th place. Deplorably Able is not giving up easily though. Marathon Society and Oscar Wolf are still neck and neck for the 9th position. Deplorably Able is climbing up to 6th place. Mare F Society is now 9th. Hingle McCringleberry has jumped 2 spots to 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1968 Morgan Plus 8, known for its classic British sports car charm. Their race seems steady but not quite in the thick of the action, sitting in 8th place. Trash Crashton just overtook Oscar Wolf, and is now in 11th place. They are still neck and neck, both fighting hard for that spot. Lian Yashin, is now in 7th place. Mar F Society has moved into 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is 9th. The race is heating up with some quick moves. Dale Earnhardt is climbing 2 spots to take the 11th place. Epic Sugar is moving up 1 spot to 13th. Newts is also gaining 1 spot, now in 14th. Oscar Wolf is climbing up 1 spot to 11th place. Dale Earnhardt and Oscar Wolf are nose to nose for that same spot. Trash Crashton and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 9th place. Epic Sugar is chipping away at Dale Earnhardt's lead, now just 2.3 seconds behind. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Trash Crashton and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 9th. No clear overtake yet. Amy is now in 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom has also moved up 1 spot to 4th. Hingle McCringleberry and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for 8th place. Marifacide and Deplorable Evil are neck and neck for 6th place. Oscar Wolf is climbing up to 10th. Dale Earnhardt is also moving up to 11th. Well, look at that. Dr. Felix has taken the top spot at the Bernese Alps Festival. Clearly, they're not just a doctor, but a champion too. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Dr. Felix. You really drove that race like a champion. Amazing job. And for Dale Earnhardt, with the most overtakes, you get to claim a classic beauty, the 1970 Ford Mustang. That's quite the trophy. Well done to both of you. Sure thing. Did you know that Albert Park in Australia is actually a public park most of the year? So, while it's a fancy racing circuit now, during most days people are out jogging and walking their dogs, right where the cars are tearing around at incredible speeds. Talk about a mix of serenity and chaos. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those choices in. The clock is ticking down faster than a snail on a treadmill. Don't let your favorite ride slip away just because you were busy arguing about which one looks cooler. Hurry up and make your selection before the race starts. Hey Emin-san, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you're back in the mix. Ready to see some epic AI cars race? Alright, so we've got HP Lootcraft in a 1954 Connaught Type B, Dart and Lian Yashin in a slightly newer 1955 version. Both are classic, but not exactly the fastest cars on the grid. The difference between the Dart and the regular version is minimal, but perhaps that tiny year bump could mean slight improvements or tweaks. Honestly, in a race like this, it's going to come down to who handles the track better rather than raw power. I'm leaning towards the slightly newer version, simply because a bit of incremental improvement can sometimes make a big difference in these tight AI races. But hey, with vintage cars, it's all about charm and the occasional surprise. So I'd say the 1955 Connaught might just edge out the 1954 Dart. But don't count out the vintage charm. Either way, it'll be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Albert Park, and in the all-random class, Dale Earnhardt is starting in pole position, driving a 2000 BMW Z8. That should add some interesting flair to this chaos. Dale Earnhardt has shot off the line to take the lead. Scuderia Veloce is holding strong in second place. Amundsen is right behind in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amundsen just sneaked into second place. Kilo Juliet Delta and Deplorable are still nose-to-nose for fourth. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, now in sixth, after jumping 2 spots. HP Lootcraft advances to 7th place. Lian Yesishin climbs to 8th place. Patsorts and Lian are nose-to-nose for 8th. HP Lootcraft is climbing up to 6th place. Pippi Langstrup and Lootcraft are nose-to-nose for the same spot. Lian Yashin and Pippi are also fighting hard for 7th. Deplorable is climbing to 3rd place. HP Lootcraft is sneaking into 5th. Lian Yashin and Pippi Langstrup are neck and neck for 7th. HP Lootcraft just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Lian Yashin also gained a spot and is in 7th. Maya and Pippi Langstrup are still neck and neck for 8th place. No clear winner yet. Deplorably Apple is inching closer to Amundsen, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. They are now battling fiercely for 2nd place. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up 1 spot to grab 5th. HP Lootcraft is climbing to 3rd place. Kilo Juliet Del is chipping away at Deplorable Apple's lead, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Lian Yashin is making her way up to 6th place. Nuts! Just overtook someone to take the 14th place. Looks like the battle for 14th is heating up between Nuts and Prodigy place 58. Coverco is inching forward to the 20th spot. HP Lootcraft is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Maya has overtaken someone and is now in 8th place, climbing up the order. Wow, Dale Earnhardt winning the race at Albert Park? Guess he's still got that winning touch. Congratulations on the victory. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Hungaroring Retro is known for its tight corners and technical sections. You want a car that can carve through those curves smoothly without losing speed. A balance between acceleration and cornering grip would be key since the track demands quick direction changes. Top speed isn't as critical here as the ability to stay glued to the asphalt around those tricky bends. So, a car with sharp responsiveness and good maneuverability would really shine in this race. Alright everyone, time is almost up. Make your final choices before these AI racers hit the track. Don't miss out on the chance to see which car dominates today. Alright, so we've got Dale Earnhardt taking on Axton Hitz on this retro Hungaroring track. Dale's in a Mercedes F1W7 hybrid, which is a powerhouse with all that hybrid tech and proven speed. Axton Hitz is in a Williams FW38, which is a solid car but maybe not quite as quick or refined as the Mercedes. Given the cars, I'd put my chips on Dale, mainly because the Mercedes U7 hybrid has a slight edge in speed and handling, especially on a tricky circuit like Hungaroring. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen, so let's just sit back and see which virtual driver comes out on top. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Hungaroring Retro, and the Kaiju is on pole, driving the classic 2016 Force India VJM 9. Let's see if that car can hold the lead or if the others will catch up. The Kaiju has taken the lead right out of the gate. Pippi Langstrump is holding strong in second place. Nuts is currently in third, trying to keep up. Lien Yesin is charging through the field, now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrump is climbing steadily, now in first place. The Kaiju and Pippi are nose to tail, battling fiercely for the top spot. The Kaiju is now in first place. Hingle, McCringleberry and Cloudy are battling for 6. I am moving up to 8th, fighting it out with Kikaslady X3. The F1 2016 cars at Hungaroring seem evenly matched with no clear dominance. The tight track favors skill over raw speed, so driver consistency is likely the key. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to 10th place. Dale Earnhardt is now in 14th, both making moves. Flex is in 10th place driving a Haas VF16. Their fastest lap is a 1:37.34, so they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the pace. Hungaroring's tight corners are favoring the top drivers who can keep consistent laps. Overtakes are tricky here, so staying in front early is paying off. Scuderia Veloce's Ferrari is in 11th place and has the fastest lap of the race so far at 1:36.422. Looks like they're pushing hard, but still a bit behind the top contenders. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on the Kaiju, closing the gap to just over a second. They are nose to tail fighting for the lead. This could get interesting. Flex is driving a Haas VF16 and is currently in the 12th place. Their lap time suggests they are struggling to keep up with the leaders. The Caillou is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless he makes a mistake. Wow, Kaiju, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like the race was just a formality for you. Wow, Kaiju really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. That was an impressive race to watch. And a big shout out to Scuderia Veloce for their aggressive maneuvering. They can now claim a 2016 Ferrari Ace F16H. Seems like they really outmaneuvered the competition. Great job to both drivers. Well, here's a fun fact about the 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. It was actually the first year of the second generation for this model, and was designed to be a more upscale, luxury-oriented personal cruiser. It's like the fashionista of the car world, blending style with comfort, and it even gained popularity as a drag racing contender, thanks to its sleek body and V8 power. So, it's basically the classy, yet surprisingly sporty, car that wanted to turn heads both on the street and on the drag strip. Oh wow, two classic beauties going head-to-head at New Jersey Motorsports Park. That's like watching history race against itself. Honestly, both are iconic. But the Ford Torino has that reputation for being a bit more agile and sporty, especially in racing circles. The Monte Carlo, while stylish and a symbol of American muscle, might struggle a little with the twists and turns compared to the Torino. So if I had to pick a favorite, I'd say Platinumera's Ford Torino might just edge out in this one. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's all about the surprises. Alright folks. Smurf20 is on pole driving a classic 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner at the New Jersey Motorsports Park. Looks like he's ready to kick off this vintage NASCAR showdown. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Smurf20 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Nonstop is holding strong in second place, and Your Instinct is hanging on tight in third. Looks like a close battle already forming behind them. Tu Pizenda Podcast is climbing to fourth place. Lian Yashin is moving up to fifth. Hingle Mekringleberry is making a move to eighth. Wolf of Echo advances to 10th place. Platinumera climbs to 21st. Platinumera and Dale Earnhardt are nose-to-nose for 20th. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Their race looks pretty steady so far, sitting in 6th place, just behind the leaders. Tu Pizenda Podcast is climbing up to 3rd place. Wannabekido is also making moves, now in 18th. Your Instinct is now in 3rd place. Dale Earnhardt is climbing to 19th place. Looks like I and Dale are about to have a close encounter for 19. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, currently in 8th place. No major moves yet, but plenty of race left to spice things up. Lisa Shibby is driving a 1972 Ford Torino. She's currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wolf of Echo just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. That's Salty Serena and Abomzi are nose-to-nose for 16th place. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Plymouth Roadrunners, keeping the top spot stable. The Ford Torinos are hanging in there with some quick laps, but the Chevrolet Monte Carlos are struggling to keep pace. Wolf of Echo is driving a Dodge Charger from 1971. They're currently in 10th place but are a bit off the pace with a fastest lap of 1:14.062. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race for them so far. Wannabekido is in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo, currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is just over 1:13. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Lisa Shibby and Scuderia Veloz are nose-to-nose for 14th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 7th place. Lisa Shibby is inching into 14th. Nuance is sneaking into 21st. Stankit just overtook Amy for 11th place. Looks like the battle is heating up. Ebony Shadow and Platinum Maya are still neck and neck for 22nd. Wow, Smurf 20, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Congratulations to Smurf 20. They really drove like they stole the race, didn't they? Great job. And a special shout out to Leon Yoshin for her incredible overtaking skills. She can now claim the vintage 1971 Mercury Cyclone. A true gem from the NASCAR archives. What a win-win! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1963 Agachani & Watson. It sounds like the kind of vintage machine that might surprise everyone with its speed and agility, even if it's just playing catch-up to more modern designs. Plus, racing on Bridgehampton with a classic looks like a fun throwback, and that car's got the heritage to make a real statement. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage versus vintage. James Maya with that 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy is definitely bringing some serious old school flair, and that car has a legendary racing pedigree. On the other hand, Scuderia Veloce with the 1963 Agachani & Watson is no slouch either, especially with its sleek design and competitive edge from that era. Bridgehampton's curves are tricky, and I think the agility of the Watson might give it a slight advantage here. But don't count out the Ferrari just yet. Sometimes, the raw power and charisma of a classic can surprise us. My money's on the 1963 Agachani & Watson. But this race is going to keep us on the edge of our seats. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Bridgehampton, and leading the pack is Kreisgopher in the classic, a 1960 Scarab Indy. That car might be older than some of us, but it's definitely showing its age and style. Let's see if it can hold that pole position. Kreisgopher has shot off the line to take the lead. Lockjohn 7 is holding strong in second place. JD Anburn is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Broxworth and Asuyuruni are nose to tail for 7th place. Lien Yashin and Mighty Chunk are locked in a close fight for 11th. Skozer Obs is climbing up one spot to 13th. Frogsworth is climbing nicely into 7th place. Mighty Chunk is making a solid push into 9th. Queen Manda is gaining ground, now in 13th. Mighty Chunk is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 5 cars. Skozarops is making a move, passing 3 cars to settle in 11th. Reko Haruji is also gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars to reach 13th. Imogen Tempos and Queen Manda are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Cobracle just gained 1 spot and is now in 27th. Zookstarka and Cobracle are battling it out for 27th position. Asuroni has gained 2 positions and is now in 5th place. Dale Earnhardt and Asuroni are nose-to-nose for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Frogsworth, shaving off 1.6 seconds. Double is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Frogsworth is inching forward, now 7th. Skozarops is gaining ground, now 9th. Frogsworth is really closing in on Dale Earnhardt, now just a second behind. Skozarops has climbed up to 8th place. Maya is making moves and is now in 10th. Frogsworth is climbing up to 6th place. Skozarops is narrowing the gap on Dale Earnhardt by 2.1 seconds. And Maya is advancing to 9th place. Skozarops is climbing up to 7th place. Dale Earnhardt and Skozarops are nose-to-nose for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is also making moves, now in 10th place. Frogsworth is gaining on Asuroni, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is inching closer to Dale Earnhardt, chipping away at the distance by 1.5 seconds. Queen Manda and Lien Yoishin are locked in a fierce scrap for 16th place. Wow, Chris Guffer, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Chris Gopher really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! That was an incredible race to watch. I guess the AI knows its way around the track after all. Can't wait to see if they can keep this streak going. Here's a fun fact about the Feldbergring track. It's known for its challenging, twisty layout that makes even the most experienced drivers sweat a little. It's like the roller coaster of racetracks, but instead of loops you get hairpin turns and elevation changes that keep things exciting. Perfect for AI cars to show off their skills and make us all question if they're secretly better drivers than us. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down fast. Make your pick now if you want to see your favorite car hit the track. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI racer takes the crown. Oh wow. This is a classic battle of the underdog and the seemingly more serious contender. The 1994 Toyota Serra is a quirky little thing with its bubble roof and all. So I'm guessing it's going to be a fun surprise. The Porsche 944 Turbos from 1988, on the other hand, is a bit of a legend in the world of classic sports cars, with a reputation for being quick and pretty agile. But let's be real, the Porsche has the edge in raw power and handling. Still, the Toyota's got that unique charm, and maybe a few tricks up its sleeve. I'd lean towards the Porsche winning this one, but don't be shocked if the Toyota whips out an unexpected move and causes a little chaos on the Feldbergring. The race is all about the thrill after all. Sure thing. Did you know that GTE racing cars are basically the street cars' supercharged cousins? They're built with a lot of the same technology as their road-going brothers, just with a turbo boost and racing guts. It's like giving your daily driver a superhero cape and sending it to race. So if you've ever dreamt of turning your car into a track hero, GT's pretty much the dream team. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE is known for its agility and modern tech, so it should have the edge in handling and speed. On the other hand, the 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GT has that classic racing pedigree and might surprise us with its stability and power. Given the track is Calafat, which is technical but also demands raw speed, I'd say Maya has a slight advantage here. Unless Frankie pulls off some vintage magic, I think Maya might just take the win. But hey, I could be wrong, and that's what makes this fun to watch. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Calafat, and Amy is leading the pack in the GTE class, starting on pole with her sleek 2019 BMW M8 GT. Let's see if she can hold onto that first spot. Amy is leading the race, Pippi Langstrumpf is in second, and Naturally Unlucky is holding third place. The pack is still close, so expect some early action. Blanky Frankie is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take the 10th place. Naturally Unlucky is inching closer to the front, now in second. Dale Earnhardt is also making moves, grabbing the 4th spot. Scuderia Veloce and Illicitone 1095 are nose to tail for 6th place. Spear Like Hail has gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Spear Like Hail and Nuts are battling hard for 13th. His Wakinyo is climbing up to 6th place. Hingle Kringleberry just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Scuderia Veloci and Hingle Kringleberry are nose to nose for 8th. Blanky Frankie just sneaked into 9th place. Lian Yeshin is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, fast cutting the gap by over a second. Dale Earnhardt is now in 3rd place, inching closer to the front. Hippie Langstrup is holding her ground, but Dale is definitely putting on the pressure. This battle for 3rd is heating up. Riswa Chingyo is climbing to 5th place. Lian Yashin is now in 10th place. Scuderia Veloce and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for 10th. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 3rd place. Riswa Chingyo has also moved up to 4th. Yingo Ni Kringleberry and Eliciton 1095 are nose to nose fighting for 7th. Hingo McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing up 3 spots to 5th place. Dale Earnhardt is having a tough time, dropping 10 positions to 15th. Naturalian Lucky is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Newts is driving a 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C7R. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, but their lap time suggests they might need a bit more speed to climb higher. Wow, Naturalian Lucky actually managed to win. Guess luck was on their side this time. Well done. Wow, just look at that! Naturalian Lucky managed to pull off the win, and I have to say, it's quite the surprise, said no one ever. Congratulations on taking the top spot, you absolute legend. I hope you enjoyed that glorious victory, because I know I certainly enjoyed watching you stumble across the finish line. Well done. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down and the cars are eagerly waiting for your picks. Don't leave them hanging. Make your choice before it's too late, and let's see which sleek machine will dominate the race. Hurry up! Ooh, two classic cars from the same year going head-to-head at Lime Rock Park. That's like a vintage showdown. Joey Pastrami's Fittipaldi FD04 is known for its agility and nimbleness on the track. But the Surtees TS19, being a bit more aggressive in design, might have the edge in raw power. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Joey Pastrami's car, because of its reputation for handling twisty sections better. But Pippi Langström's Surtees could surprise us if the AI figures out how to push it to its limits. It's a tough call, but I'd say Joey Pastrami might just take the win by a hair. Let's see if the AI agrees. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Lime Rock Park, and Amy is starting on pole with that classic 1976 Lotus 77. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead, Dale Earnhardt right behind in second, and Deplorably Apple holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to second place. Lian Yashin is now in fifth. Ingo McCringleberry is making his way to ninth. Deplorably Apple is driving a Surtees TS19. They're currently in second place and seem to be holding steady. No overtakes yet. Looks like a quiet but solid race so far. Ingo McCringleberry is in the 10th place driving a Parnella VPJ. 4B looks like they're holding steady but not making any moves yet. Newts is driving a McLaren M26, currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady, not making any dramatic moves yet. Lian Yashin is climbing to 4th place. I am inching closer to her in 6th. The race is heating up. Maya is currently in 7th place with the Wolf Williams FW05. Looks like the car is holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Double is driving a Parnelli VPJ4B, a car known for its innovative design and racing pedigree. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying in the race. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 3rd place. Double is making a move up to 7th. Inga McCringleberry and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-nose fighting for ninth. Dale Earnhardt is in 2nd place with a March 761. He's got a decent start that is a bit behind the leader. His fastest lap is 56.723, so he's not pushing too hard yet. Looks like he's trying to stay close but not risking it. Amy is leading comfortably in her Lotus 77 with the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's setting the pace and has a good gap ahead. Deplorably is closing in on Amy, and the gap is shrinking fast. Looks like a showdown for the top spot. Nuts just sneaked into 4th place, making the race even more interesting. Deplorably Apple is maintaining the lead at the front. Lian Yashin is closing in on her now in 2nd place. Amy is having a tough time and is now in 11th place. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the finish line was just a formality for you. Congrats on the win. Wow. Deplorably Apple took the victory. Congratulations on that win. You really showed those cars who's boss. And hey Pippi Langstrump, you nailed it in the bet race. You can now claim the classic 1976 Surtees TS19. A vintage ride for sure. Lian Yashin, you were the overtaking queen today. You can now claim the 1976 Wolf Williams FW05. Looks like speed and skill paid off for you. Great racing, everyone. This is getting more exciting every round. Alright folks, you better make your pick quick before the cars all scramble out of the garage on their own. The clock's ticking down, so get those choices in before it's too late. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. The Mercedes-AMG F1W09EQ is a powerhouse with its aerodynamics and hybrid system. But the Ferrari SH71H is no slouch either, especially with its raw speed and agility. Given the track is Toro Poznan reverse, those tight corners might favor the Ferrari's handling. On the other hand, the Mercedes might excel in acceleration and stability. If I had to make a guess, I'd lean slightly towards the Ferrari for its quick maneuvering around those twisty sections. But honestly, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see which one proves to be the faster machine today. Alright folks, we're kicking off at the Toro Poznan reverse track with Deplorably Apple, piloting a 2018 Force India V JM11. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the AI chaos will shake things up. Deplorably Apple is leading the race, followed by Leon Yashin in second place and Lazy Tanner in third. Looks like Deplorable Apple is trying to set the pace early on. Leon Yashin and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose at the front. Dale Earnhardt is inching closer to the top four. Just moved up one spot. Frankenbouts and Dale fighting hard for the fourth place, not giving an inch. Leon Yashin just took the lead, leaving the rest of the pack chasing shadows. Dale Earnhardt is inching closer to Lazy Tanner, and it's a battle for third place that's heating up. Frankenbouts and Lazy Town are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Sir Pro 3 and Red Panda Manly 4 are locked in a close fight for seventh. And Maya and Captain Canadian are battling hard for ninth. Sir Pro 3 has advanced to seventh place. Taknasty and Sir Pro 3 are nose-to-nose for sixth. I am climbing to eighth place. Sir Pro 3 is climbing to 6th place. Someone is advancing to 12th place. Silent Fox 413 and another racer are nose to nose for 12th. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to second place. Maya has gained 1 position and is now in 8th. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 8th place. Sir Prothry just overtook someone to grab 5th place. Frankenbuzz and Sir Prothry are nose to nose for 5th. Down to Quest is climbing up to 13th. Frankenbuzz is climbing up 1 spot to take 5th place. Sir Prothry and Frankenbuzz are nose to nose for 5th. Epic Sugar and Yakaraman are locked in a close fight for 18th. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 3rd place. Deplorableeple and Lazy Towner are nose to nose for 3rd. Sir Prothry and Frankenballs are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Sir Prothry just overtook someone to take 5th place. Frankenbuzz and Sir Prothry are nose to nose for 5th. Down to Quest is climbing up to 12th. Sir Prothry and Deplorableeple are neck and neck for 4th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 6th. Frankenbuzz and Maya are locked in a close fight for 6th. Sir Prothry advances to 5th place. Maya also moves up 1 spot, now in 6th. Deplorableeple and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for 5th. Frankenbuzz is climbing up to 6th place. Deplorableeple and Frankenballs are nose to nose for 6th. Down Talkwist is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. Tacknasty is climbing to 7th place. Down Talkwist is now in 10th. Amy has moved to 13th. Congratulations, Lian Yashin. You really showed them how it's done at Tor Poznan Reverse. Well-deserved victory. Sure. Did you know that the 1996 Peugeot 406 was praised for its stylish design and smooth ride? It was considered quite a looker back in the day, and offered a surprisingly comfortable driving experience. Plus, it was one of those cars that made you feel a little fancy just sitting inside it. Not exactly a race car, but definitely a classic in its own right. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before the AI picks for you. Don't miss out on the chance to see which machine takes the crown. Alright, so we're looking at a classic versus a slightly less classic but still vintage contender. The Peugeot 406 from 1996 has a decent reputation for handling, especially on twisty streets like Sydney Homebush. The Ford Mondeo from 1993 is known for comfort and a smooth ride, but not necessarily for racing prowess. Given the track and the cars, I'd lean towards Crazy Sweetbutt and the Peugeot because that model tends to have better agility. The Mondeo might chug along, but I doubt it will keep up with the sharper cornering and acceleration that the Peugeot can probably manage. So, my money would be on Crazy Sweet, but to take the win. What about you? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrom in a classic, 1993, Peugeot 405. Looks like she's embracing the vintage vibe right from the pole. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up. Pippi Langstrom is taking an early lead, holding the first place. Scuderia Veloce is right behind in second, and JZL Gaming is in third. Looks like a close fight already. Scuderia Veloce just snatched the lead from the front. Queen Manda and JZL Gaming are nose to nose for third place. Gymnasta Tigamanay. Cows and Crazy Sweetbutt are giving us a close fight for ninth. Queen Manda and JZL Gaming are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Gymnasta Tigamanay 1000 just gained one spot and is now in 10th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Gymnasta Tigamanay 1000 are battling it out for ninth. Queen Manda is climbing to third place. Crazy Sweetbutt is making a move up to ninth. Gymnasta Tigamanay 1000 and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for ninth. Deplorable is climbing up to fourth place. Nuts is advancing to fifth. Lian Yashin is pushing into sixth. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Gliding Penguin climbs to 10th place. Maya advances 2 spots to 11th. Hingo McCringleberry is chipping away at Archeron 192, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gliding Penguin is now in 9th place. Maya has climbed to 10th. Crazy Sweet Butt is in 11th. Looks like a little upward shuffle happening. Archerona 192 is climbing to 13th place. Ingle McCringleberry is advancing to 14th place. A special is moving up to 15th place. Hippie Langstrumpf is leading the race in a 1993 Peugeot 405. Looks like they're holding on to the front spot pretty comfortably so far. Leon Yashin is on a tier, overtaking 5 cars to grab the lead. Looks like she's got the fast lane. Dale Earnhardt nudges up 1 spot to 6th. Not bad, but still chasing the leaders. Scuderia Veloce takes the lead at the front. Hippie Langstrumpf moves into 2nd. Queen Manda climbs into 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are playing musical chairs. Dale Earnhardt is climbing to 5th place. Lighting Penguin is making the move to 7th. Era Special creeping up to 14th. Maya is on the move, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Crazy Sweet Butt is right behind, also up 3 spots to 8th. Archerona 92 is closing in, making the same move to 9th. The battle for position is heating up. Our special is driving a 1991 Ford Sierra Sapphire. They're currently in the 11th place, holding steady with a decent lap time. Looks like they're keeping it smooth but not quite enough to climb higher. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the win at Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. Tuloy-Itilaon Greenshire. Looks like they're really steering ahead of the competition. Wow! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the win. They really drove away with it today. And they've also earned the fastest lap, so they get to claim that classic 1996 Peugeot 406 from BTC. Talk about a double victory. Well done to the team. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 1982 Mazda 717C. It's got that perfect mix of lightweight agility and that rotary engine magic that could give it an edge around Watkins Glen's twists and turns. Plus, it's from the early 80s, so it probably still has that raw racing spirit before things got too refined. Honestly, it's probably going to surprise a few with its swift cornering and surprising speed. Alright everyone, time's running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to do it. Don't leave me hanging here with all these cars and no driver. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. Both cars are absolute legends from the early 80s. But honestly, I think the 1982 Ford C100 might have the edge here. The Ford was known for its innovative design and solid performance, especially on a track like Watkins Glen Butte Classic, with all those twists and turns. Meanwhile, the Soba C7 is a beautiful machine. No doubt, but it might be a little less nimble on this circuit. So, unless Nuts has some secret AI tricks up his sleeve, I'd say the Ford C100 is the favorite to take the win today. But hey, that's why we watch these races, to see the perfect chaos unfold. Alright folks, it's the Watkins Glen Butte Classic, and starting off strong on pole is Sunboard Bowie in a vintage 1982 Lancia LC 1.10. Looks like nostalgia just took the lead. Sunboard Bowie has taken an early lead. Hot Bolognese is right behind in second, and Tokens Flora is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Scuderia Veloci is making a quick climb up to 8th place. Tokens Flora and Hot Bolognese are nose-to-tail fighting for second. Dale Earnhardt just gained one spot and is now 6th. Scuderia Veloce is charging forward into 5th place. Nuts is right behind in 6th, both making impressive moves. Tokens Flora is having a tough time dropping to 10th. Your Instinct is on a roll, climbing to 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Maddox FTF is making a move, now in 21st after passing 3. Yama Priest is also on the rise, now 24th, overtaking 3 cars. Captain Canadian is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 27. Hot Bolognese is still leading, now 1 position ahead at the top. Nuts is closing the gap on Scuderia Veloce by 3.5 seconds, so expect some action soon. Congratulations to Hot Bolognese on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Guess they really know how to steer their way to the top. Well done! Wow. Congratulations to Hot Bolognese on taking the checkered flag. Well-deserved victory. I hope you're celebrating with some virtual champagne. And a huge shout out to Dale Earnhardt for snagging the fastest lap. You get the legendary 1982 Ford C100, so get ready to race it in your imagination. Newts, you also won the race of wits and skill, earning the same fantastic car, so it's double the fun for you. Scuderia Veloci, you really went full throttle with those overtakes, earning the 1988 Rondo M379C. Who knew overtaking was an art? Excellent job, everyone! Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get in there and make your choice. The clock is ticking down fast, and we don't want any last-minute panic, do we? So go ahead, select those cars before it's too late. Wow, what a matchup! We've got Nuts in a 29 Mazda B0986, which is a solid choice for agility and handling, especially around a tricky track like Bathurst. On the other hand, Amy is behind a 2003 Panoz LMP01 Roadster S, which is probably more powerhouse, but maybe a bit less nimble. I've got to give a slight edge to Nuts for the precision handling because Bathurst's tight corners favor driver skill and car maneuverability over raw speed. But with the Panoz potential for speed, Amy could surprise us if she makes a clean run. Overall, I'd say Nuts might just have the advantage here, but don't count out Amy's car. Sometimes the underdog's the one to watch. Let's see how this unfolds. Alright folks, we're kicking off at Bathurst with Nuts leading the pack in the pole position. He's behind the wheel of a 29 Mazda B0986 in the LMP 900 class. Let's see if he can hold on to that spot. Nutz has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is right behind, not letting go. Lian Yashin is holding steady in third, but expects some early action to shake things up. Dale Earnhardt and Scuderia Veloce are neck and neck for fourth place. Maya and Beats with Kev are also locked in a close fight for sixth. Rumia Fist 13 and Hingle McCringleberry are battling hard for 11th. Hey there, Adam GT3. Welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you're back for some epic AI racing action. Grab some popcorn and enjoy the chaos on the track. Scuderia Veloce. is storming to the front, now in first place. Indus Platinum is climbing fast, now in 9th. Niste is making a move, now in 18th. Edzos 21 is just holding off Lakaiju by a car length. Tokidoki Braying the Gold Nerd are nose to tail for 22nd. Tokidoki Bray just gained 1 spot, now in 22nd place. Yamchabi Panda and Cobb are nose to nose for 25th. This race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Lola B1180 HPD. He's currently in 11th place, just ahead of the cars behind him. Looks like he's holding steady but not making big moves. Punny 3 is driving a Nissan 350Z GT, one from 2007. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of the GTRs. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Wow, nuts. Really pulled it off. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic race! Huge congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the win. Well done on dominating the track today. And it looks like you've also claimed the fastest lap, so enjoy that sleek 2011 Peugeot 908. A perfect car for keeping your streak alive. Meanwhile, nuts! You might not have won overall, but winning the bet race is no small feat. You get to take home that stylish 2009 Mazda B0986. Guess your luck is running just right today. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Stay tuned for more high-speed AI action. Hey everyone, quick heads up. The time to pick your favorite car is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick race. Oh wow. This is a classic battle of power and prestige. The Porsche 959 is known for its advanced tech and all-wheel drive, which could give it an edge in handling and stability. On the other hand, the Ferrari F40 is a purebred racing beast with legendary speed and an aggressive design. Honestly, I'd put my chips on the Ferrari F40 for sheer raw speed and the thrill factor. But don't count out the Porsche. Its tech might just let it outmaneuver the F40 in the twists and turns of La Sarthe Retro. It'll be a close call. But I'm leaning toward the Ferrari for that extra burst of pure adrenaline. Let's see how our AI drivers handle this race. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at La Sarthe Retro with Nuts on pole, driving a classic 1984 Ford RS200. Get ready for some vintage speed action. Notes has shot off the line and taken the lead. Hingle the Kringleberry is holding second place, trying to keep up. Donglitz on 3 is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Chubby Boy RJ is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Scuderia Veloci is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 20. Turbo Benzina is catching up, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 25. Some Board Boy is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Okinabaka is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to reach 27. Lian Yashin is creeping up 1 spot to 6th place. Nulavi is climbing up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Nutz and Nulavi are nose to nose for that position. Adam K is also moving up 1 spot to land in 8th. Amy is climbing fast, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Someone just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Yaxindabox is making moves, climbing 2 spots to sit in 5th. Jackson Debox is climbing to 4th place. Adam K3 is also moving up to 5th. Lian Yashin is advancing to 7th. Lian and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 6th. Okinabaka is making a strong push up to 21st place. Jackson Debox is closing in on a rival, now just over a second behind. Jackson Debox and the other driver are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 4th place. Donnertz on 3 is catching Jackson Debox fast, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Zotsfied is right behind Donnertz on 3 now, closing in by a little over a 2nd. Scuderia Veloce is climbing fast into the middle of the pack. Some Board Boy and Okinabaka are also making their way up, both overtaking 3 cars each. The race is heating up. Okinabaka just overtook someone to move into the top 16. Veskis is inching closer to Flanky Frankie. The gap shrinking, but still a bit of a stretch. Maya and Zots fired are nose to tail for 8th place. Scuderia Veloce has gained 1 position and is now in 11th. Scuderia Veloce and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 10th. Dominance on 3 is really closing the gap on Jacksonbox, just a second behind now. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 10th place. Chubby Boy RJ is making moves into 15th. Wow, what a shocker! Hingle May Kringleberry taking the win. Who saw that coming? Congratulations on the victory! Wow. Hingle McCringleberry really pulled it off. Congratulations on the victory. That was quite the impressive race. Now, for the lucky drivers, Turbo Benzina, you've earned yourself a 1987 Porsche 959. Classic choice for a win. Enjoy your new ride. Actually, the 23 Pagani Zonda GR is a rare and special edition of the Zonda that was built to celebrate victories in racing. It's basically a street-legal race car with a design inspired by the racing versions. Fun fact is that it came with a 6-liter V12 engine borrowed from Mercedes-Benz, giving it an incredible sound and power. This car was all about blending extreme performance with a touch of racing prestige, making it one of the most legendary Zondas out there. Hey everyone! Time's running out, so make sure to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Don't miss your chance to see which one takes the top spot. Hurry up and choose wisely. Oh, what a fascinating matchup we have here. The 2004 Saleen S7R is known for its raw power and aggressive racing pedigree. On the other hand, the Porsche Carrera GTR is like that sneaky underdog with a hint of elegance and precision. In Indianapolis Indy Reverse, where handling and top speed are crucial, I might lean towards the Porsche. It's a bit lighter and more nimble, which could be a game changer on this reverse layout. But then again, the Saleen's brute force might just bulldoze its way to the front if it gets the right line. It's a close call, honestly. But if I had to place a playful bet, I would say the Porsche might just outmaneuver the Saleen. Still, don't be surprised if the Saleen surprises us all and kicks it into overdrive. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Indianapolis Indy Reverse. Leading the pack from pole position is Dale Earnhardt in a 2004 Maserati MC12 GT1. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI chaos will shake things up. Daisy Shines has shot off the line to take the lead. Dale Earnhardt is holding strong in second place. Cole Metwee is currently in third, trying to keep up. Kicking Cactus is making a move, climbing 3 places to take the 13th spot. Slitten Sleety Gaming is inching forward, now in 5th. Amy is also climbing, up 1 to 8th. The battle between Amy and Scuderia Veloce for 7th is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 14th place. Pingo McCringleberry and Pippi are nose to nose for that same spot. Alan 656 is also moving up to 16th place. Looks like a tight fight for the lower mid-pack. Amy just overtook someone to take 7th place. Notes is closing in on Alan 656 for 16. Looks like a tight fight for that spot. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Turbo Benzina and Amy are nose to tail for 7th. Scuderia Veloz and Turbo Benzina are still fighting hard for 8th. Kicking Cactus is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 4 cars. Aisley is making moves too, passing 3 cars to sit in 15th. Colnetwi is closing the gap on Dale Earnhardt, shrinking it by over a second. Colnetwi and Dale Earnhardt are nose to tail for 2nd place. Amy is now 9th after a solid move. Kicking Cactus and Amy are fighting hard for 8th. Congratulations to Daisy Chains on winning the race at Indianapolis Indy Reverse. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow. Dicey Shines really pulled it off, didn't they? Huge congrats to them. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Chevys tend to have a bit more horsepower and a reputation for aggressive racing performance. The Honda IndyCar is no slouch, but I think on a tricky circuit like Riverside, the Chevrolet might edge out, just because it can handle those sharp turns a little more confidently. Plus, it just sounds more like a race car when it roars past. Alright, so we've got Leon in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar and Hingle in the 2018 Honda IndyCar racing on Riverside NASCAR. Now, considering the fact that car choice can be a game changer, it's a tough call. Chevrolet and Honda each have their strengths, but for Riverside, the Chevrolet's handling and power might give Leon the edge, especially on those tricky turns and straightaways. Hingle's Honda is solid, no doubt, but unless he's got some secret tricks up his sleeve, I'd lean toward Leon taking this one. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So I'd recommend keeping your eyes peeled and your bets ready. Alright folks, Scuderia Veloce is leading the pack at Riverside, starting on pole in the 2018 Honda IndyCar. Let's see if they can hold that position or if the others are just playing possum. The race kicks off with Scuderia Veloce leading the pack, followed closely by Dale Earnhardt in second, and Elicitone 1095 holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Leon Yashin just overtook someone to take third place. Looks like she's on a mission. Elicitone 1095 and Leon Yashin are nose-to-nose for third. This is getting interesting. Dr. Monkey 13 moved up one spot to 11. Not bad, but still climbing. Dr. Monkey 13 and Evolution 954 are battling for 10th. It's a close one. Elicitone 1095 is now in third place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to fifth. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for fifth place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 5th place. Dr. Monkey 13 just gained 1 spot and is now 11th. PP Langstrom and Dr. Monkey 13 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Newts just overtook someone to move up to 12th place. PP Langstrom and Nuts are nose to nose for that same spot. Looks Ravenous and Pcherogamerazak are also close, fighting for 16. Newts is currently in the 11th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 3 seconds, and 3 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite in the hunt for the top. Evolution 954 is in 9th place, driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Their fastest lap is 1:2:51, which is pretty solid but not enough to shake up the top spots. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Bagala Svet is in 8th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Their fastest lap is just under 1:2, so they're holding a decent pace, but not quite matching the leaders. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up to 14th place. Jaimais and Kilo Juliet Delta are nose to nose for that same spot. Lux Ravenous is also making moves, now in 16th place. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce on their win at Riverside. Guess they really know how to steer their way to victory. Wow! What an incredible race! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the win. You guys really showed some serious skill out there. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a shiny new ride, Hingle McCringleberry, you nailed the fastest lap and can now claim a 2018 Honda IndyCar. That's some serious speed. And Lian Yashin, you claimed victory in the bet race and can take home a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Nice work. Both of you really earned those cars. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2017 Norma M30. It's known for its impressive aerodynamic design and lightweight frame, which would give it a decent edge on a tight and twisty circuit, like Rio de Janeiro's. The others are solid contenders, but the Norma's experience in endurance racing, and its build for speed and agility, make it the most likely to come out on top in this mini-circuit showdown. Well, this is quite the interesting matchup. Dale Earnhardt in a 2016 Ligier JSP3 sounds like a solid choice, especially since it's a more modern and agile racing machine. It's probably got better tech and handling, which could give him an advantage on the twists and turns of Rio de Janeiro Mini. On the other hand, Nuts in a 2010 Oreca FL9 might be a bit older, but it's known for dependability and power, so it could surprise us if it gets the right traction. But if I had to put my money on who will win, I'd lean towards Dale because of the newer model and likely better performance specs. Still, don't count out Nuts. Sometimes experience and a tough chassis can cause an upset. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Rio de Janeiro mini track. Leading the pack right now is Hingle McCringleberry in a 2017 Norma M30, starting on pole position. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off to the lead. Lian Yashin is holding second place, just ahead of Scuderia Veloce in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Congratulations to Lee and Yushin on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic race! Congratulations to Lee and Yashin for winning the race and pulling off the fastest lap. That's some serious skill. You can now claim a 2011 Zytec Z11SN. So get ready to be the envy of all racing fans. And a big shout out to Nuts for winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a 2010 Orica L9. Looks like both of you are definitely taking home some pretty sweet rides today. Well done to everyone who raced, and I can't wait to see what happens next. Sure thing. Did you know that Snetterton 200 track used to be an RAF airfield? It's kind of like a racetrack with a little bit of wartime history sprinkled in. That long straight is perfect for those high-speed moments, making it a real thrill for both drivers and viewers alike. It's like racing on a runway, but way more fun. Alright folks, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to get in on the action. Don't miss out on the chance to see these AI racers battle it out. Time's almost up. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side we have Agvaithi, steering a 1972 Maserati comes in, a car known for its sleek design and a bit of Italian flair. On the other side, Dale Earnhardt in a 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS, which is more of an American muscle classic. Given the track is Snetterton 200, which demands good handling and speed, I'd say the Maserati might have the edge when it comes to finesse and agility. But the Chevy 2 Nova SS has that raw American muscle power which could surprise us if it gets the right traction. If I had to pick, I'd put my money on Agvaithi's Maserati for its nimbleness around those corners. But don't count out Dale's Nova. Sometimes you just need a little muscle to shake things up. Who do you think's got the winning odds? Wow, Amundsen just won the race? Guess they're the fastest thing on the track today. Well done. Wow, amazing job to Amundsen for winning the race. That was quite the display of skill. Or maybe just really good AI luck. And congratulations to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. A vintage Lamborghini Jarama S is quite the prize. I hope you're ready to add that beauty to your virtual garage. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1995 Indy cars were pretty much the pioneers of modern aerodynamics and oval racing? They had these large, wing-like rear spoilers that looked like they belonged on a jet rather than a race car. It was like watching a futuristic spacecraft zoom around the track. It definitely made those cars stand out and added a whole new level of speed and stability. Quite the leap forward for racing tech back then. Alright, we've got Hingle McCringleberry in a Penske PC23 and Nuts in a Lola T9500. Both are classic 90s racing machines. But the Penske is known for its incredible stability and handling, especially on tight courses like Okutama Drift. The Lola T500 is a strong contender, with raw speed but might struggle a bit with the tricky curves here. So, my bet is that Hingle will edge out Nuts and take the top spot. Though I wouldn't count Nuts out entirely because that Lola has a surprise or two up its sleeve. Stay tuned, this should be interesting. Alright folks, the race is underway at Okutama Drift, and setting the pace on pole is Dale Earnhardt in a 1995 Penske PC23, racing in the IndyCar 1995 class. Buckle up, it's going to be an interesting one. Dale Earnhardt has shot off into the lead, with Liam Yashin right behind him second. Amy is holding strong in third place, but expect some shuffling soon. Wow. Dale Earnhardt just took the checkered flag. Guess he still knows how to leave everyone in the dust. Wow, Dale Earnhardt took the victory. A big congratulations to them, proving once again their skills behind the wheel. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, let's give a shout out. Lian Yeshin, you scored the fastest lap, so you get the 1995 Penske PC23. Hingle Kringleberry, you won the bet race, so that classic car is yours too. And Amundsen, for those daring overtakes, the 1995 Penske PC23 is your prize. Great racing from everyone, what a show! Sure thing. Did you know that the prototype's 1970 class was basically the original speed demons of their time? They were designed to be super lightweight and aerodynamic, which made them incredibly fast and agile on the track. It's like they had a secret sauce that made them almost impossible to catch. Plus, they often pushed the limits of technology back then. So watching these cars race is like peering into a vintage fast-forward button. Alright, both these cars are absolute legends from the golden era of racing, so it's gonna be a close one. The Porsche 917 LH is famous for its speed and agility, especially on long straights, and it's a real crowd favorite. On the other hand, the Lola T70 Mark I EV GT is known for its handling and balance, which could give it an edge on a track like Queensland National that favors agility and cornering. If I had to pick, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight advantage in raw speed, but the Lola's handling could level the playing field. It'll come down to which driver AI manages to get the most out of their car in those twists and turns. My gut says the Porsche might take it by a nose, but this race is definitely a toss-up. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Queensland National. Leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a classic 1971 Porsche 970 LH, starting on pole. Buckle up. This one's about to get interesting. Maldox FCF has taken an early lead with Hingle McCringleberry right behind in second. I'm holding the third spot for now, but don't blink or you might miss some shuffling at the front. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Mai is advancing steadily, now in 2nd. Amy is also gaining ground, moving up to 5th. Dave Factor is climbing up to 13th place. 40 Afro is now in 15th. Scuderia Veloce is sneaking into 16th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Dale Earnhardt and Nuts are nose to tail for 6th place. Adam Chi is climbing to 10th. Darigaus is inching up to 16th. Dale Earnhardt and Nuts are nose to nose for 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Tokido Kibri are locked in a close fight for 8th. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up 1 spot to 16th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. The race is heating up with some sneaky overtakes. Lian Yashin and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. Smurf and Fortiefro are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. Nudes and Lian Yashin are neck and neck for 5th place. Smurf is climbing up to 14th place. Fortiefro and Smurf are fighting hard for 14th. Nuts and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 5th place. Tokidoki and Dale Earnhardt are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Fortiefro just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Nuts just snuck into 5th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf and Tokidoki Bri are nose to nose for 8th. Someone's about to lose a spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing fast into 7th place. Dave Factor and Fortiefro are nose to tail for 13. Looks like Dave Factor might want to hold on to that spot. Tokidoki Bri just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Darigals and Scuderia Veloce are still neck and neck for 16. Looks like the fight for those positions is heating up. Wow! Maldoxy CF really showed everyone how it's done. Congrats on the win. Maybe next time they'll let someone else have a turn. Wow, congratulations to Maldox FDF. That was an impressive win. Definitely deserving of the victory lap. And big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned that vintage Porsche 917 LH. No question. Pippi Langström. You also played your part in the excitement by winning the bet race. That 1970 Porsche 917 LH is quite the prize. Looks like today's race was full of winners. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. The Forley-Ring GP has a lot of tight turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the road and maneuver smoothly would have the edge. Of course, a bit of speed on the straights doesn't hurt, but if your car can't handle the twisty bits without a dramatic drift show, you'll be overtaken faster. Then you can say racing line. Balance and agility are the name of the game here. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before they start roaring off the starting line. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite machine. Alright, this is quite the classic showdown. We've got Titus 61 behind the wheel of a vintage Alpine, a 110, known for its agility and lightweight design. On the other hand, Nuts is in a Pontiac Firebird Trans Am, which is all about muscle and raw power. Given the Forley-Ring GP, which isn't exactly a straight-line drag strip, I'd say that the nimbleness of the Alpine might give Titus 61 a slight edge in handling and cornering. The Trans Am's power is impressive, but might be a bit less suited for a twisty track like this. So, I'd put my chips on Titus 61 pulling through with a win, but don't count Nuts out just yet. It's gonna be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is out front on pole driving a classic 1968 Morgan Plus 8. Looks like he's got the vintage charm, but will it be enough to hold off the newer contenders? Stay tuned. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line into the lead. Abitablok is holding second place, trying to keep up. And right behind, Amy is in third, already making moves. The Empress is making a nice climb up to 27th place. Amy and a better bloke are nose to nose for second. Screwchamp just nudged into 6th place, inching forward. Amy just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. A better bloke and Amy are still nose to tail for that spot. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to 6th place, making moves. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are still nose to nose for the lead. Screwchamp just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. Dale Earnhardt is inching closer to the top 10, moving up 1 spot. Some board Bowie is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 13. Amy is inching closer to the top, now in 1st. Screwchamp is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Screwchamp is gaining on Bighorn and closing the gap rapidly. Rondom 69 and Adam GT3 are locked in a fierce fight for 22nd place. The 8th Empress is on the move, closing in on Rondom 69 with a strong push. Dale Earnhardt just overtook Buckybird for 6th place. Buckybird isn't giving up easily though. Dale Earnhardt and Buckybird are nose to tail. Some board Bowie is climbing up to 12. Looks like he's got a plan to surprise us all. Asuru Roni and Titus 61 are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Lian Yashin is inching up to take the 19th position. Spear-like Hale and Lian Yashin are locked in a close fight for 19th place. Screwchamp is climbing up to 4th place. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Bighorn with a 1.2 second gap. Audio 2 Gonnet DTV is making a move to 8th place. Skoda Ops is climbing to 9th place. Some board Bowie is now in 11th. Lian Yashin is making her way to 16th. Some board boy just moved up to 10th place. He's now battling Skozer-Ups for 9th. Scuderia Veloce and some board Bowie are nose to tail for 10th. Asironi advances 1 spot to 11th place. Spear-like Hale climbs 2 spots to 17th place. Spear-like Hale and Titus 61 are nose to nose fighting for 16th place. Some board boy just moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Hymies and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 12th. Cirque Gaming Gate and Hymies are also locked in a close fight for 13th. Screwchamp is climbing to 3rd place. Lian Yashin is advancing to 14th. Spear-like Hale is pushing up to 16th. Asironi advances to 10th place. Hymies also moves up 1 spot to 12th. Scuderia Veloce and Hymies are nose to nose for 12th. Some board boy is catching tug on it TTV quickly now. Asironi is right behind some board boy, closing in fast. Scuderia Veloce has climbed one spot to take 12th place. Scuderia Veloce advances to 11th place. Skozerup's and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for that spot. Lian Yashin climbs to 13th place. She's in a close fight with Skozerup's for 12. Scrooge Champ is climbing up to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Lian Yashin is inching her way to 12th. Lian Yashin is climbing to 11th place. Hymites is advancing to 13th. Spear Like Hail is pushing to 14th. Sumboard Boy and Tug On It TTV are nose to nose for 8th place. Asironi and Sumboard Boy are locked in a fierce duel for 9. Zergamingate is climbing steadily, moving up one spot to 19. Asironi is making moves up to 8th place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Tug On It TTV, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Hymites is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. The battle for 12th place is heating up between Hymites and Scuderia Veloce. Hey Darth Blazer, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you back in the racing chaos. Get ready for some AI cars to make us all question the meaning of speed. Asironi is climbing to 7th place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Tug On It TTV, cutting the gap by 1 second and 1/3. Spear Like Hail is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 12. Asironi is slicing through the field, closing the gap on Dale Earnhardt by 1.4 seconds. Sumboard Boy is climbing up to 8th place. Lian Yashin is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 9th. Asironi is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, closing the gap to just over a second. Tug On It DTV and Buckybird are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Spear Like Hay is closing in on Tug On It DTV, chipping away at the gap. Asironi just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Dale Earnhardt and Asironi are nose to nose for 6th. Spear Like Hail is closing in on Tug On It DTV, shrinking the gap by 2.2 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 6th place. Asironi and Dale are nose to nose for the same position. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move to 15th. Asironi just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Newts and Maya are nose to tail for 25th. Screwchamp just took the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 5th place. Sumboard Boy is closing in on Asironi, but still a couple of seconds behind. Well, look at that. Scrooge Champ takes the victory. Guess all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Amazing job to Scroogechamp for winning that race. You really drove those AI cars like a pro. As for Lian Yashin, you did an incredible job with overtakes today. You're now the proud owner of a vintage 1974 Mustang. Hope you enjoy cruising around in that beauty. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Indianapolis F1 circuit, I would go with the 1973 Porsche 911 RS. It's known for its exceptional handling and lightweight design, which are pretty crucial on a track like Indianapolis that rewards agility and precision. Plus, with its rear engine setup, it's likely to keep things interesting around those turns. Honestly, it might surprise some of the more muscle-bound contenders with its finesse. Alright everyone, get your choices in quick before time runs out. Don't miss out on picking the car that will dominate the race. You know how those AI cars like to surprise us at the last second. So, make your decision now and let's see which vehicle comes out on top. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Mafia Mavi is rolling in a 1968 Holden Monaro GTS, which has that raw muscle car vibe and a lot of classic charm. Then we have Scuderia Veloce in a 1917 Nissan Fairlady Z432, known for its sporty lines and Japanese engineering flair. On a track like Indianapolis F1, the car's handling and aerodynamics really come into play. The Monaro is probably heavier and less agile compared to the sleek Z432, which might have an edge with its lighter frame and agility. But hey, who's to say a well-driven muscle car can't surprise us? I think the Nissan Fairlady Z432 might just have the upper hand here thanks to its speed and nimbleness. But never underestimate the power of that classic Monaro. My bet? The Nissan Dotti. But we'll see how much muscle the Monaro can muster in those tight turns. Alright everyone, it looks like we're kicking off at Indianapolis with the Slowpoke cars from the 1970s. And on pole we've got Pippi Longstrump in a 1973 Holden Monaro GTS. Buckle up. It's gonna be a slow but interesting ride. Pippi Longstrump is leading the race, followed by Darth Blazer in second place and Big Boy Betts in third. Looks like Pippi is trying to set the pace early on. Red Panda Man T4 is now in third place, climbing one spot. Red Panda Man in E4 and Darth Blazer are nose-to-tail fighting for second. Gabby the Minimac has gained 2 positions and is now in 7th. Ihava Exima is now in 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved into 13th. Amy is now in 15th. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 12th place. Nuts and Hingle are still neck and neck for that same spot. Amy is also making progress, now in 14th place. Lian Yashin is climbing to 8th place now. She and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for that spot. Ihava Eczema is sneaking into 10th place, inching closer. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 3rd place. Lian Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 8th. Ihava Eczema and Lian Yashin are locked in a close fight for 9th. Big Boy Bets is really stalking Darth Blazer now. Mafia Mavi and Red Panda Man in T4 are nose to nose for 4th place. Ihava Eczema is climbing fast, now in 8th. Ihava Eczema is gaining on Gabitha Minimac, closing the gap by over a second. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 11. Lian Yashin and Amy are nose to nose for the same position. Big Boy Bets is now in 2nd place. Red Panda Man 4 is catching Darth Blazer fast, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Ihava Eczema is also on the hunt for Gabitha Minimac, making it a tight race. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Maya and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th position. Dre 192 Gex just sneaked past 1 car to claim the 15th place. Mafia Mavi is climbing up to 4th place. La Croissant 1980 is closing in on Red Panda Man 4, cutting the gap by a second. Ihava Eczema is making a move to 7th. Wow, Hippie Langstrom just won the race. Looks like she's ready to take on the racing world with her wild spirit. Congratulations on the victory! Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. And not only that, but you also claimed the fastest lap. Looks like you've earned yourself a classic ride with the 1973 Holden Monaro GTS. Well done. I guess all those adventures paid off on the racetrack today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Bathurst is all about tight corners and high-speed chicanes, so a car that can stick to the road and navigate turns smoothly would have the edge. While raw power is nice, the ability to control that power through those winding sections is what really counts here. Quick acceleration out of corners and excellent braking are also essential to shave off precious milliseconds. Though, a balanced car with good grip and responsiveness would definitely be my top pick for victory on this challenging circuit. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks quickly or you might end up with whatever the game chooses last minute. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. Necrophantasm in that classic Alfa Romeo GAC definitely has the style, and probably the edge and agility around Bathurst's tricky corners. But nuts with the 1967 Simca Rally 2. That's some serious old-school rally spirit. I'd say Necrophantasm's got the faster car on paper. But don't count nuts out just yet. The race is unpredictable, but if I had to place a bet, I'd lean towards Necrophantasm pulling ahead in the end. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Bathurst and leading the pack is the Group 3 Necrophantasm class car, a classic 1970 Alfa Romeo GTC. It's sitting pretty on pole to start this chaos. Let's see if it can hold on to that lid. Newts is leading the pack right now, holding that first place. Necrophantasm is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Orange Funk is in third, not far off the leaders. The race is heating up already. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move through the field, now in 7th place. Necrophantasm is holding on to the lead, gaining 1 position. Orange Funk is also climbing, now in 2nd place. Pippi Langstrump is now in 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 2 spots and is in 5th. Lian Yassin is closing the gap on me, reducing it by 1.1 seconds. Mirgutsu just gained 1 spot and is now in 17th place. Relaxed View and Mirgutsu are nose to nose, fighting for that 17th spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Nuts are battling hard for 4th place. Theskis is climbing up to 10th. Cheruffa Kitten is making a move to 23rd. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Scuderia Veloce and Nuts are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Amy is making her way up to 10th. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to 5th place. Nirigudwatsu is advancing to 17th. Cheruffa Kitten and Tukidukibri are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Scuderia Veloce is driving a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Orange Funk, shaving off a second and a bit. Amy is climbing up to 9th place. Dale Earnhardt is also moving up, now in 10th. Amy is slicing through the track, closing the gap on Lian Yashin by over a second. Yigzilgaming just jumped 2 spots, now in 23rd. Tukidokibre and Jzil Gaming are nose to tail, fighting for 23rd place. Cheruffa Kitten is driving a Morgan Plus 4 Super Sports from 1962. They are currently in the 24th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Gary 710 is driving a 1961 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Seat. They're currently in the 16th place, and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Lourdes Crespi is driving a 1963 Lancia Fulvia. They are currently in the 8th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have room to improve. Nergutsu is on a roll climbing through the field. Maya is inching closer to Nuts, gaining a little ground. Jabugi just snuck past 2 cars to sit in the 12th spot. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Lian Yashin has moved up to 7th place, also gaining 1 spot. Veskis has made a nice jump up 2 spots to 12th place. Amy is gaining on Nuts, now just a second behind. Quiz 44 has climbed 1 spot to 25th. Turbo Benzina just overtook Veskis for 12th place. Gary 17 and Mirgutsu are nose to tail for 15th. Turbo Benzina and Veskis still neck and neck for that 12th spot. Amy is right behind Nuts, now closing the gap quickly. Nimmer Pinkwolf is gaining on Gary 710, closing it down by over 2.5 seconds. Takido Kibre and Jerkplays are nose to nose for the 8 and 22nd spots. Hingle Mi Kringleberry is gaining on Pippi Langstrom with a 1.1 second reduction. Takido Kibre has climbed 1 spot to 22nd place. Jitsu Gaming has also moved up 1 spot to 24th. Wow. Necrophantasm really pulled off a surprise victory at Bathurst. Guess they're not just a band name anymore. Well done. Wow, Necrophantasm really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations to them on that victory. Now, As for the lucky driver who can claim a car, Hingle McCringleberry, you did the most overtakes today. That's impressive. You get to claim the 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS in Group 3 Dway. Well done! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Buge International Circuit, I would go with the 1967 Ferrari 312. It's got the horsepower, the racing pedigree, and the kind of speed that could probably make those modern circuits look like they're standing still. The rest are nice historical pieces, but let's face it, the Ferrari's just built for speed and handling, even if it's slightly nostalgic. Alright. This is a classic battle of vintage racing machines. The Ferrari 312 from 1967 is a legendary car known for its speed and agility, especially on a twisty circuit like Buge. On the other hand, the McLaren M5A from the same year is no slouch either, though it's often praised more for its handling than raw power. If I had to pick, I'd say nuts with the Ferrari has a slight edge because of its reputation for being a bit more aggressive and aerodynamic back in the day. But yeah, Wanda's McLaren could surprise us if it manages to keep the pace and outmaneuver the Ferrari in the corners. So, I'd put my chips on nuts. But don't write off Wanda just yet. It's vintage racing, so anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Buge International Circuit, and leading the pack is Leon Yashin in the classic 1967 Cooper T81B. She's on pole and ready to make some vintage racing history. Leon Yashin has shot off the line to take the lead. Bufina 18 is holding strong in second place. And right behind, Amy is trying to make a move for third. Liam is climbing up to fourth place. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Liam are neck and neck for that spot. I am battling Tangaducky TTV for 7. Things are heating up. Beyond Two Dark Souls just climbed to fourth place. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Amy are nose to nose for third. Tangaducky TTV is making a move, now in sixth. Liam is climbing up to 4th place. Takidokibri and Maya are locked in a close fight for 8th. Fish the Husky is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 12th. Takidokibri just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Maya and Takidokibri are nose to nose for that 8th spot. Nudes and H2 Hova are battling it out for 15th. Takidokibri is climbing to 7th place. Hingle and McCringleberry is now in 9th. Siravelia has moved into 10th. And looks like the pack is shifting nicely. Hingle and McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Fish the Husky is closing the gap on Maya by 140 seconds. Nuts is making a move and now sits in 15th. Kicking Cactus is driving the Eagle Mark 1T1G, a classic but apparently not the fastest today. They're currently in the last few positions, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Buffin 18 is narrowing the gap to Lian Yashin by 1.7 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Takidokibri by 253 seconds. Fish the Husky just climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Beyond Who Dark Souls is gaining on Liam and closing the gap to just over 1 second. Zero Relia is hot on D's tail, closing in by 2 seconds. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Liam is slicing into Amy's tail by over 1.5 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is climbing 1 spot to 14. Pippi Langstrumpf is also advancing 1 position to 16. Yaboy Rwanda is making a move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 17th place. Scuderia Veloce is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to settle in the 18th position. Beyond Who Dark Souls is inching forward, gaining 1 spot to sit in 4th. Congratulations, Lianyeshin. Looks like you took the checkered flag and left everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, Lian Yashin, you're the champion! Big congratulations for taking the win and securing the fastest lap. That was some impressive driving. And a huge shout out to Nuts for winning the bet race. Looks like you're about to cruise around in that stunning 1967 Ferrari 312. I hope you two enjoy your new rides. Thanks for racing, everyone, and stay tuned for the next round of AI Car Chaos. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The tight turns and sudden elevation changes demand a car that can stick to the road and make quick, precise movements. Speed is important, but without control, it's just a fast mistake waiting to happen. So a balanced combination of grip and responsive steering would give any driver the edge on Camino Viejo de Montserrat, Extreme Circuit Dutch. Alright everybody, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. The countdown is almost finished, so don't miss out on the chance to root for your favorite wheeled contender. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, what an interesting matchup. The 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1 is known for its sporty design and decent performance for its era, so it might have some speed on its side. On the other hand, the 1949 Cadillac Series 62 is more about luxury and comfort, not exactly a race car. I'd say Pippi Langstrumpf with the Corvette has the advantage here, especially on a demanding circuit like Camino Viejo de Montserrat, Extreme. But hey, with AI driving anything can happen, so stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off on the Camino Viejo de Montserrat Extreme Circuit. Amy is on pole, driving a classic 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1. Looks like she's got the vintage charm and a bit of a head start, but let's see if the old-timer can keep up. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Uncle Tobin in second and DJ Magic Hat holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Uncle Tobin and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf is charging up to take third place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Uncle Tobin are now fighting for second. Navling is now in third place. Tmagichat has moved into fourth. Zergamegate climbs to ninth. Newts is climbing up to 12th place. Alvildrino is making a move to 17. Exception is sneaking into 19. Looks like everyone's on the push. Gnavling is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 4th, making moves. Calicon Bunny is up to 7th, slowly catching up. Pippi Langstrump is chipping away at Ankleto Tobin's lead, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Zealand Fox 213 and Calicon Bunny are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Maya is climbing up to 8th, making moves. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, now in the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gnavling is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dagishat is also on the hunt, closing in on Pippi Langstrump with the same 1.2 second gain. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Nudes is now 9th. Joseng's Coast and Silent Fox 213 are nose to nose for 10th. Nuts is now in 8th place. Dale Earnhardt has moved up to 11. Chosen's Coast and Dale Earnhardt are nose to tail for the 11th spot. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 10th place. Chosen's Coast and Silent Fox 113 are nose to tail for 11. Looks like a battle brewing. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Calicon Bunny, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Chosen's Coast is climbing up 1 spot to 11th place. The Camino Viejo de Montserrat seems to favor the vintage street cars with tight corners and quick sections, keeping the top positions closely contested. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is driving a 1959 Austin Healey 106. She's currently in the 16th place, so her race is not looking too hot. But at least she's not last. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 3rd place. Maya is gaining 2 spots, now in 5th. Jagichat and I are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a close one. Nuts is now in 7th place. Blanky Frankie has climbed to 11. Lian Yashin is in 14th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Amka Tobin is gaining on Pippi Langstrump with a 1-second improvement. Nudes is closing the distance to D Jambicat by 1.3 seconds. Chosen's Coast is also making a move on Dale Earnhardt, cutting the gap by 1 second. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Navling, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. I am inching closer to Uncle Tobin, narrowing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Maya and Uncle Tobin are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Dale Earnhardt is now in 7th. Chosen's Coast has moved into 9th. Chosen's Coast climbs to 8th place. Flunky Frankie is narrowing the gap to Scuderia Veloce by 1.6 seconds. Lian Yashin is closing in on Calicom Bunny, cutting the distance by 1.9 seconds. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrump and has cut the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Scuderia Veloce has climbed 1 spot to take 8th place. Jamagica and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for 9th. Gnavling is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by over a second. Notes: just overtook someone to climb into 5th place. Uncle Tobin and Nuts are nose to tail, fighting for that 5th spot. Uncle Tobin and Nuts are nose to tail in the fight for 5th place. Flunky Frankie just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Dale Earnhardt just overtook Uncle Tobin for 6th place. Dale Earnhardt and Uncle Tobin are now nose to tail fighting for 6th. Calicum Bunny is closing in on DJ Magicat, shrinking the gap by a full second. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Amy. That was an impressive win. Looks like she really knew how to handle those turns. As for the car rewards, Amy for snagging the fastest lap, Pippi for winning the bet race, and Dale for the most overtakes all get to claim the 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1. An absolutely legendary vintage choice for their new rides. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your choices quick. If you want your favorite car to hit the track, now's the time to shout it out, or maybe just click that button before the race starts. Don't want to miss out on the chaos? Sure thing. Did you know that Group C2 cars were like the mischievous little siblings of the main Group C racing family? They were built to be lighter and more agile, often used as test beds for innovations that later trickled down to their bigger siblings. Basically, they were the clever kids in the class, always finding sneaky ways to be faster without breaking the bank. Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you return just in time for some AI cars racing madness. Grab your virtual popcorn and enjoy the show. Alright, so we've got the vintage showdown on another round. The 1982 Mazda 717C versus the 1983 MK88 ET31. Both are classic race cars that, given the age and design, I'd say the Mazda might have a slight edge in agility and handling, especially around those tight corners. The MK is interesting with its heritage, but it might struggle to keep up with the more nimble Mazda. So if I had to place a bet based on these details, I'd probably lean towards Scuderia Veloce and their Mazda. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen, and the MK could surprise us. Let's see if Rob Swizzle can outmaneuver the vintage beast. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Enoduvin. Theskis is leading the charge in Group C2, driving a classic 1983 Lancia LC, one from pole position. Aisle. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the front. Hey Naive, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back and enjoy the chaos on the track. Maya takes the lead right out of the gate. Theskis is holding strong in second place. Hingumea Kringberry is hanging on in third. Let's see if anyone can challenge them early. Nuts is now in 8th place, climbing up one spot. Lian Yashin has moved into 9th place, also up one spot. Gibby Langstrom has claimed 10th place, making her the latest to climb the ladder. Dale Earnhardt is slicing through the field like a hot knife through butter, now in first place. You and Dale are nose to nose for the top spot. This is getting intense. Maya takes the lead, climbing to first place. Theskis follows closely behind, now in second. Ingo McCringleberry moves up to third. The race is heating up. Newts is closing in on Biowart, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Skakes' Beaupre is climbing up one spot to 13th place. Amy is in 15th place with a 1985 Sauber SHS C6. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners, but she's still in the race. Everlasting Apex is in 5th place, with a Lola T616 from 1983. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Gibby Langstrom's car is a 1984 Rondo M482, and it looks like she's making a move up the field, currently in 11th place. Rob Sizzle is driving an MKC 831, a classic Group C2 car. They're currently in the 12th spot, so not quite making moves but staying in the mix. Rob Sizzle is racing a 1983 MKA C 831 Natalin. Looks like they're stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, so their race might be more about survival than competition. Scuderia Veloce is holding a slight edge over Rob Swizzle, but with only one lap left, it's anyone's game. Rob Swizzle might need a miracle to catch up. Dale Earnhardt's car is a 1983 Lancia LC1, but it looks like he's currently out of the race, or stopped, since there's no lap time, and he's way behind. Maya is leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Scuderia Veloce is currently in the 13th place with a Mazda 717C from 1982. Toei. Their fastest lap is slightly faster than some, but they need to pick up the pace to climb higher. Scuderia Veloce is holding a solid lead over Rob Swizzle, but with only one lap left, Rob Swizzle's chances depend on a mistake from Veloce or a sudden burst of speed. Rob Swizzle's car is an MKC83-1, but it looks like they're currently out of the race, or disconnected with that 99.9999 lap time. Not much racing happening for them right now. Rob Swizzle's car is an MKC83-1, starting in 12th place. Looks like they're struggling with pace, or maybe just having a bad day since their fastest lap isn't even recorded. BOR is driving a 1988 Rondo M 379C. They're currently in 9th place, but their fastest lap is a solid 1:33.392, so they might be closing in on the pack. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be thrilled. Wow, congratulations to Maya for taking the checkered flag. That was a close and exciting race, and you really crushed it. Well done. And a big shout out to Scuderia Veloce for winning the bet race. You now have your eyes on that classic 1982 Mazda 7C. Hope you enjoy cruising in that beauty. Also, hats off to Amy for pulling off the most overtakes. That's some aggressive driving, and now you get to claim the 1985 Sauber HSC6. Nice work. Who's ready for the next round? Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up and we'll be launching these AI racers into action soon. Make your choice before it's too late or you'll be stuck watching me cheer on the cars I didn't pick. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Trash Crashton is behind the wheel of a classic Brabham BT7, which is a pretty snappy little car for its era. On the other hand, Hingle McCringleberry is racing a Honda R a 272, famous for its Formula 1 pedigree. Given the racing history, the Honda might have a slight edge in terms of design and aerodynamics for its time, especially if the AI has been fine-tuned to maximize its potential. But don't count out the Brabham. It's light, nimble, and with the right AI inputs, could surprise us all. In the end, I think the Honda might just have a tiny advantage because of its racing background. But hey, with AI cars, anything can happen. And that's part of what makes this so fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Chang Track, and in the front, we've got Cyrilia starting strong on pole in a 1965 Brabham BT7, even though she's technically racing with cars from 1960. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the vintage vibes will slow her down. Cyrilia has taken an early lead with Nuts right behind in second place. Case Feflex is holding on to third, but don't blink or they might be overtaken. Edie Leave is climbing nicely into fifth place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to eighth. Hingle McCringleberry and Trash Crashton are nose-to-nose fighting for seventh. Car 77 is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Case Steflex is sneaking into second. Wolf's Light is inching closer to the top 20. Notes is now in second place, closing the gap. Car 77 has climbed to 6th, making moves. Mermoida is in 11th, creeping up the field. Mermoida and Dale Earnhardt are nose-to-nose for 10th, so expect some fireworks soon. Wolf's Light is climbing fast, now in 9th place after 3 quick overtakes. Amy is also on the move, now in 14th, after her own trio of passes. Nuts is holding strong at the front, now in first place after gaining 1 spot. Aerotech just overtook someone to take 20th place. Aerotech and Apex Milkbag are nose-to-nose for 19th. Exclusivagox is climbing up to 22nd. Mermida is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 10th place. Pippi Langstrom just nudged up one spot to 11th. And Maya is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 13th. Dale Earnhardt is charging through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 5 cars. Shoebox TV is climbing steadily, now in 22nd after passing 3 cars. Trash Crashton is making a move, now in 10th place after overtaking 2 cars. Dale Earnhardt and Trash Crashton are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Maya just bumped up 1 spot to 13th. Sputnik NZ is climbing 2 spots to 14th. Nimoydar is closing in on Dale Earnhardt and has cut the gap by 1 second. Pippi Langstrom and Sputnik NZ are nose-to-nose for the 14th spot. NS Savage is climbing up 1 place to 22nd. SNR Savage and Apex Milkbag are battling for the 21st position. Skozer Ops is climbing 1 spot to 19. Senner Savage is gaining 2 spots to 20. Exclusivagox is closing in on Shoebox TV, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Exclusivagox and Shoebox TV are locked in a tight duel for 23. Wolf's Light just overtook someone to take 8th place. Wolf's Light and Edilive are nose-to-nose for 7th. Amy is climbing up to 15th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Wolf's Light and Hingle are still neck and neck for that spot. Dale Earnhardt and Trash Crashton are fighting hard for 10th. Dale Earnhardt just overtook Trash Crashton for 10th place. Looks like Trash Crashton is not happy about that. WowXCB is climbing up to 16th, making some moves. Skozer Ops and Senar Savage are locked in a tight fight for the 19th place. Exclusivagox is climbing 2 spots to take the 22nd position. Exclusivagox and Apex Milkbag are battling closely for the 21st spot. Adiliv is closing in on Yamobius, cutting the gap by 1 second. Sputnik NZ is climbing 1 spot to 13. Amy is also moving up 1 spot to 14. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to move into the 16th place. WowXCB and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for that spot. Shoebox TV is inching closer to the top 20, climbing 1 place to 21st. Wow, Nuts just won the race? Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Nuts really took the crown. Congratulations to them, they must have been pushing that car to the limit. And for Hingle McCringleberry, you earned yourself a 1965 Honda R, a 272 from the F1 1960 series. Time to get ready to claim your classic ride. Actually, it looks like there might be a little mix-up. The 1993 Toyota Eagle Mark III isn't a real car model. The Eagle Marquis was a version of the Eagle race cars from the 1990s, but it was actually produced by Eagle, a brand spun off from Chrysler, and not Toyota. So, unfortunately, no fun facts about a Toyota Eagle Mark III, because that car doesn't exist. But hey, it's a great reminder that sometimes, even in the racing world, the details can get a little fuzzy. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in before the race starts. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI ride in action. Wow! Two real classics going head-to-head in Berlin E-Prix. I have to say, picking between a 1991 Chevrolet Intrepid RM1 and a 1993 Toyota Eagle Mark III is like choosing between vintage wines. The Chevrolet might have the nostalgia factor, but let's be honest, the Toyota Eagle was known for its aerodynamic design and race pedigree. So, I'm leaning toward Augswolfie with the Toyota Eagle. But hey, anything can happen in these races, especially with AI driving. It's all about who gets a better start and avoids the chaos. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Berlin E-Prix. And leading the pack from the very start is Pippi Langstrom, in a classic 1985 Lancia C2. It's a blast from the past up front. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold on to the lid. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race with Everlasting Apex in second, and Lockjaw 7, holding third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Our Pink Wolf is climbing fast into the top 10. Amy is right behind, also making moves. Everlasting Apex and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Everlasting Apex is now in first place. Fish the Husky has gained one spot and is now in 13th. Fish the Husky and Amy are battling closely for 12. Our Pink Wolf is driving a 1992 Peugeot 905. They're currently in 8th place, so they're making a decent push but still have some ground to cover. Amy just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Ogswofi and Amy are still nose to nose for that spot. Imogen Tempos is climbing up to 15th. Lockjohn 7 is climbing to 2nd place. Fish the Husky is also advancing, now in 12th. Ogswofi and Fish the Husky are nose to nose for 12th. Ogswofi is driving a 1993 Toyota Eagle Mark III to 20. Their race seems to be stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, so it looks like they're struggling or just starting out. Lian Yashin is now in 3rd place. Nara Pinkwolf and Hingle McCringleberry are still nose to nose for 9th. Fish the Husky has advanced to 11. Ogswofi is driving a 1993 Toyota Eagle Mark III. They're currently in the 13th place, just behind the leaders and making steady progress. Inna Pinkwolf and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 9th place. Imogen Tempest just gained 1 spot and is now in 15. Nuts and Imogen Tempest are fighting hard for 14th place. Mara Pinkwolf is climbing nicely into the top 8. Newts is making a move into the top 15, not bad at all. Everlasting Apex is leading in a 1988 Jaguar XJR9, a classic Group C racer known for its speed and endurance. Looks like they're holding a solid lead and setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Everlasting Apex is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's looking pretty comfortable to take this one. Dale Earnhardt is racing the 1988 Toyota 88 CV. They are currently in the 17th place and running just behind the leader by about 4 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Wow, Everlasting Apex really outpaced everyone else. Looks like they're just unstoppable. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Everlasting Apex snags the win and the fastest lap? Congratulations! That's quite the achievement. And with the fastest lap, they get to claim the 1988 Jaguar XJR9. Nice prize! Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. Who's next to claim a car? Sure thing. Did you know that Group 4 racing cars were originally built for production-based racing and often featured real street cars with some racing upgrades? It's like giving a fancy dress to your daily driver and sending it out to race. Talk about style and speed combining in one wild package. Alright folks, time's almost up. Make your final picks or forever hold your peace. Get those cars locked in before the countdown hits 0. Alright, this is a classic clash of muscle cars from the golden age of American automotive history. The Shelby Cobra 427 C is renowned for its lightweight design and brute power, making it a formidable opponent on a circuit like Assen North, which rewards agility and speed. On the other hand, the Mercury Cougar of 1967 is a solid competitor, but it's a bit more of a cruiser than a track star. Given that, I'd say Hingle McCringleberry in the Shelby Cobra probably has the edge here. That car was built for racing, and should handle the twists and turns of Assen North with more finesse. Pippi Langstrumpf with her Mercury Cougar might put up a good fight, but I think she'll be trailing behind in the end. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Circuit Assen North, and leading the pack is the Dergos Group in a classic 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Dugdine. Looks like someone brought some vintage muscle to the party. Josh Bioch has shot off the line into the lead. Dergos is holding strong in second place. Lian Yashin is sitting comfortably in third, watching the chaos unfold behind her. Maya is climbing through the field, now in third place. Scuderia Veloce is making a move, now in fifth. Pippi Langstrumpf is also advancing, now in sixth. Scuderia Veloce just overtook someone to take fourth place. Giswachingyo is climbing up to 17. Ilitsitona 95. And Rizwachinjo are nose to nose for 17. Lian Yashin is climbing up to fourth place. Newts and Hingle McCringleberry are still neck and neck for ninth. Hermit Media has gained one spot and is now in 11th. Hingle McCringleberry climbs to 8th place. Newts advances to 9th. Idiliv moves up to 14th. Druoafals is climbing to 14th place. Giswachingyo is narrowing the gap on Idiath by a second. Ilitsitona Town 95 is making a 2-position jump to 17th place. Alex Has No Brain is holding on to the 19th spot, but Popcorn Slayer's right behind, ready to pounce. Meanwhile, Dor Rogue and Chaotic Weirdo are neck and neck for 23rd place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Nuts is really having a tough time dropping to 15. Leon Yashin is gaining on me, closing the gap by over a second. Hamid Media is climbing fast, now in 9th place after moving up 2 spots. Nudes is really taking a dive, dropping 9 places to 24. Iswat Ingyo is climbing up 1 spot to 15. Elitsaton the 95 is also moving up 1 spot to 16. Popcorn Slayer and Toucan's Flora are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Cherify Kitten just gained 1 position and is now in 22nd. Hingle Meekringleberry is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dale Earnhardt has moved up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Popcorn Slayer is also climbing 1 spot to reach the 17th position. Hamid Media is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry. Fast. Cherify Kitten and Dor Rogue are nose to nose for the 21st spot. Nuts is closing in on the Chaotic Weirdo, inching closer by 2.2 seconds. Nuts is closing in on the Chaotic Weirdo fast, shrinking the gap by over 5 seconds. Iswat Ingyo and Idealiv are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Dor Rogue is climbing 2 positions to 19. Drew or False is climbing to 12th place. Elisatona 95 is making a move to 15. Popcorn Slayer is slicing into Iswat Ingyo's lead, now just 4 seconds behind. Adiliva just sneaked into the 13th place, leaving Anonymous 93 behind in a close fight for that spot. Cherify Kitten is climbing 2 places to land in 20th. Dor Rogue is climbing up to 17th place. Cole Netwi and Cherify Kitten are still neck and neck for 20th. The Chaotic Weirdo is now in 21st. Dor Rogue is driving a 1963 Porsche 904, a classic lightweight sports car Dordet. They're currently in the 20th place, and their lap time is significantly slower than most others, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Congratulations, Josh Biosh. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest on the circuit. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Wow, Josh Bjosh, you really tore it up out there. Congratulations on your win, you earned it. And hey, Pippi Langstrump, you did an amazing job in the bet race. You're now the proud owner of that classic 1967 Mercury Cougar, Group 4. Time to treat yourself to some virtual car shopping. Alright folks, time is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance to jump in and make your choice before the race starts. Don't miss out on fun. Sure thing. Did you know that the Aviano short track is famous for its surprising twists and turns? That even the most experienced drivers find tricky? It's like a little maze on wheels, which makes every race here a fun chaos fest. It's the kind of track where a good pilot can turn a tumble into a victory, if they play their cards right. Ooh, this is quite the throwback versus turbo charge showdown. Trifonity 3 with the classic Ford Escort Mark Ani Zaxpeed has that vintage charm, but might struggle against the raw power of the Porsche 935/78. Baco Grand's Porsche is known for its speed and stability, especially on a track like Aviano Short. Honestly, unless Trifonity 3 pulls off some vintage magic, I'd put my money on the Porsche taking this one. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the old school charm will surprise us. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Aviano short track, and leading the pack from the very start is the Nuts class car. A classic 1982 Ford Mustang Zaxby. Looks like vintage style is trying to dominate today. Stay tuned to see if it keeps up. Trifonity 3 has taken an early lead, Nuts is holding strong in second, and Baco Grande is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Lian Yixin is on fire, climbing to fourth place after overtaking 4 cars. Pippi Langstrump is making moves, now in 11th after passing 3 cars. Nuts is having a tough time, dropping 12 positions to 14. Dale Earnhardt is on a tear, climbing 4 places to 6th. Lian Yixin is closing in on Ren Kaori, shaving a second off the gap. Pippi Langstrump is making moves, jumping 2 spots to 9th. Lian Yeshin is now in 3rd place. I am climbing up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 8th place. Dale Earnhardt is really closing the gap on Ren Kaori. Just a second behind now. Scuderia Veloce has climbed 1 spot to 10th place. And Amy has also moved up 1 spot, now in 13. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining ground on Hingle McCringleberry, and they are nose to tail for 7th place. Nuts is creeping closer to Captain Canadian, chopping down the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Maya and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 3rd place. Pippi Langstrumpf has gained a spot and is now 7th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Dale Earnhardt are battling closely for 6th. The Group 5 cars are all pretty close in speed, but the track's tight corners and short layout favor the more agile Porsche 935/78. The Ford Escort and Mustang are hanging in there, but the Porsches seem to have the edge on this track. Nacho Grande is right behind Trifonaniti now, just a second apart. Maya is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by a little over a second. Pippi Langstrumpf is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 5th place. Maya just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Looks like the battle for 3rd is heating up. Lian Yashin and Maya are nose to tail for that spot. Dale Earnhardt is inching forward to take 6th. He's got Pippi Langstrumpf right behind him in a close fight for 5th. Congratulations, Trifonaniti. Looks like you took the checkered flag with style. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, what an exciting race! Congratulations to Trifonaniti for taking the win. You really showed everyone how it's done out there. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. That's some serious speed. You can now claim the legendary 1978 Porsche 935/78 in Group 5 Thor. Pippi Langstrumpf, impressive work on the overtakes? You definitely earned your spot to claim that same iconic Porsche. Well done to both of you. Alright everyone, the clock's almost out. If you haven't picked your favorite race car yet, now's the time to make your decision before they all zoom off without you. Get those selections in or miss out on the fun. Alright, we've got Tangadaki DTV in the 1997, Citroën ZX, and Scuderia Veloce in the 1991 Renault Clio Tile. Both classic choices that I have to give the edge to Tangadaki TTV here. The Citroën ZX has a bit more modern handling, and possibly a slight advantage in stability, even if it's a few years older. The Renault Clio is a little more retro, and while it's charming, I think Tangadaki's car might just sneak ahead, especially on a track like Super 8. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen? So I wouldn't count out the Clio just yet. Keep your fingers crossed. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Super 8 track, and Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack in his vintage 1985 Peugeot 205 Roll. Looks like he's got that early jump, but let's see if anyone can catch up. Ingo McCringleberry has shot off the line and taken the lead. Maya is holding second place, trying to keep up. Scuderia Veloce is in third, hanging tight but already a bit behind the front runners. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a 1997 Citroën ZX. Their race seems to be a bit behind the pack, currently in 11th place, and their lap times are a bit slower compared to the leaders. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a 1997 Citroën ZX, which is a bit behind the leaders but holding steady in 11th place. Looks like they're just trying to stay in the game for now. PP Langstrom is driving a 1999 Peugeot 306 Maxi. They're currently in 10th place, just behind the Toyota Celica drivers. Looks like they're hanging in there, but the pace is a bit slower than the leaders. Maya's Peugeot 306 Maxi is holding a solid second place, just behind Ingo McCringleberry. She's been consistently quick with a fastest lap of 0:27.164, slightly faster than the leader. Looks like she's in a good position to challenge for the top spot soon. Tanpuducky TTV is driving a 1997 Citroën ZX, which is holding a solid 4th place. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack, but they might need a little more speed to challenge the leaders. Alright everyone, it looks like the AI struggled a lot on this track, so we're wrapping up the race early. Don't worry though, the points for this race have already been tallied up. So, no matter how chaotic it was, those standings are set in stone. Thanks for tuning in and sticking with us through the mayhem. Wow, Ingo McCringleberry really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on that win. You definitely deserved it. Maya, you hit the fastest lap, so congratulations on claiming the 1999 Peugeot 306 Maxi. That's a fantastic choice. A real classic for those who love a good boost. And Scuderia Veloce, winning the bet race was no small feat. You can now claim the 1991 Renault Clio.I. Nice work, you've earned it. Sure. A fun fact about the 1970s supercars racing class is that it was the era when the iconic Ford Mustang was actually modified for racing purposes. Imagine taking a muscle car meant for cruising and turning it into a serious track contender. It was like giving a car designed for Hollywood fame a shot at actual racing glory. Those cars definitely added some muscle to the racetracks during that time. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown ends. Don't let your future race car slip away. Oh wow. This is a classic showdown. Both of these cars are real muscle legends from the 60s, so it's going to be a close one. The Dodge Charger Daytona has that iconic aero design and big engine power that could give it an edge on the straightaways. Meanwhile, the Oldsmobile 442 is known for its balanced performance and handling, which might help in the twists and turns of Deutschlandring. Honestly, I'd probably lean slightly towards Hingle McCringleberry in the Dodge given the raw power, but Defector's Oldsmobile has a knack for gripping those corners. It's going to be a close race, and I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to who handles the curves better. Let's see these vintage beasts do their thing. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Deutschlandring, and leading the pack is Tyler in a 1977 Aston Martin 458 Vantage. He's starting on pole, so I guess he's feeling pretty confident today. Let's see if anyone can catch up. Tyler is leading the race with Nuts right behind in second place. Maya is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya has just moved up to second place. She's now in a close fight with Tyler for the lead. Defector has climbed to third place. Looks like the top three are all packed together, ready to swap positions any second now. Defector and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Lian Yashin has climbed to sixth place. Agrids 34 is making a move, now in seventh. Defector is climbing up to second place. Nilids and Maya are nose to nose for third. Ashtohove is making a move up to ninth. H2Hove and Magicogleish are locked in a close fight for 8th. Nuts just overtook someone to take third place. Looks like they're on a roll. H2Hove is climbing up to 8th. Not bad. Amy is making moves to 10th. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry climbs 1 spot to 15. Defector advances 2 spots to 19. Silhouette and Defector are nose to tail for 19. S. Davin Games is climbing 1 spot to take the 16th place. Dale Earnhardt and SS Davin Games are locked in a close fight for that spot. Silhouette is also moving up 1 spot to take 19th. Silhouette is really closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf. The gap is shrinking fast. Dale Earnhardt is just hanging around, probably waiting for the chaos to unfold. Tyler is leading the race in a vintage 1977 Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front. No sign of trouble so far. Majako Bleich and H2 Hove are nose to tail for 8th place. Amundsen just gained 1 spot, now in 13th. S7 Games and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce duel for 15th. Agrids 34 is really closing the gap on Lian Yashin, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Madja Koblaius climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Amundsen also moved up 1 spot to 12th. Asironi just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Maya and Asironi are nose to nose for that spot. Lian Yashin and Maya are also battling hard for 5th. Things are heating up. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 4th place. Maya and Asironi are nose to nose for 5th. Madja Koblaic is chipping away at Agrids 34's lead, now just 3.7 seconds behind. They're locked in a fierce duel for 7th. Agrids 34 is really closing the gap on me. Only a few seconds now. Amy has climbed up to 8th place. Looks like she's on a roll. H2 Hova has also gained a spot, now 9th. The race is heating up. Amundsen just sneaks into the 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry and the Kaiju are nose to nose for 13th. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and the Kaiju are neck and neck for 13th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Dale Earnhardt are also locked in a close fight for 16th position. Axe 34 is driving a 1971 Ford Mustang Mach 1.2. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. D-Factor is driving a 1969 Shelby GT 500 and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise in the lead. Agrids 34 is driving a 1971 Ford Mustang Mach 1 Tata 1. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Scuderia Veloce is currently in the 16th place, with a 1970 Plymouth Superbird Dot. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Asironi is climbing to 3rd place. Maya is advancing to 5th. Maya and Nuts are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th. Hingle McCringleberry climbs 1 spot to 13th. Gary 7 Tent advances 2 spots to 18. De Factor is closing in on Estevan Games, shrinking the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hove and Amundsen are neck and neck for 9th place. Scuderia Veloce just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Wow, Tyler really outdid themselves. Congratulations on the win. I guess they're just unstoppable now. Wow, Tyler really pulled it off. Congratulations to them, what a race. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. They can now claim the vintage 1969 Dodge Charger Daytona. That car's a classic and totally worth celebrating. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. The road has a lot of sharp turns and quick chicanes, so a car that can stay glued to the surface and respond precisely to the driver's inputs will do the best here. Power is still important, but I'd say a well-balanced setup with good grip and nimbleness will take you further than just raw speed. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your cars yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking, and I don't want you to miss out on the fun. Hurry up and make your choices before it's too late. Wow, what a clash of classics versus a slightly more modern vintage. Lian Yeshin in that 1951. Ferrari 212 Export is basically bringing a timeless beast to the race, all sleek and elegant. On the other hand, Tidy 61, with the 1966 Lotus Cortina, is also pretty iconic, and likely a nimble little contender. But honestly, given the course at Termas de Rio Hondo, the Ferrari's raw power and classic charm might give it a bit of an edge, especially if it handles well despite its age. The Lotus Cortina could be tricky to beat with its agility, but may struggle a bit on the longer straights. So I'd say Lian might have the upper hand here, but it'll be a fun race to watch. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Termas de Rio Hondo with the Vintage Street Cars class. Dale Earnhardt is starting on pole, but driving a classic 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GT-R. Who knew a legend like him would be behind the wheel of such a vintage beauty? Let's see if that old school charm can hold up. Dale Earnhardt is leading the race right now. Truchamp is holding second place and XT Kellanone is in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Kellanone just sneaked into second place. Scuderia Veloce and Amundsen are nose to nose for fourth. Calicum Bunny and Bjorn Art are locked in a close fight for eighth. Nutz is closing in on Calicum Bunny, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrup and Nuts are locked in a tight battle for 10th place. Amy is climbing up one spot to 15th. Coming to fight cancer is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 13th. Amundsen is inching forward 1 place to 3rd. Bjorn Art is gaining 2 positions to 6th. Amy is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amundsen is chipping away at XT Kellanone, closing the gap by a little over a second. Bjorn Art is on the hunt for Scuderia Veloce, shrinking the distance by 3.5 seconds. Bjorn Art is narrowing the gap to Scuderia Veloce by a second and a bit. Pippi Langstrup is climbing 2 spots to 7th place, and Maya is inching up 1 spot to 10th. Screwchamp is gaining on Amundsen fast, just 7.7 seconds behind now. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, chipping away at the gap by 3.7 seconds. Bjorn Art is climbing to 4th place. Pippi Langstrup is closing the gap on Scuderia Veloce by 2 seconds. And I am moving up to 8th place, slowly but surely. Scuderia Veloce is now in 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is in 6th. Amy is climbing to 9th. Screwed Champ is really having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 16. Bjorn Art is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. And Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 5th, leaving someone behind. Maya is now just a car length behind Scuderia Veloce and gaining fast. Calican Bunny has overtaken someone and is now in 16th place. Amy's car is a 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR, same as the leader. Looks like she's stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, so her race might be a bit of a struggle. Maya is now just a second behind Scuderia Veloce. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Akinoan is right on D's tail, less than 2 seconds apart. That fight for 10th place is heating up. Maya is right behind Scuderia Veloce, now just a second away. Gaming Fight Cancer has overtaken one driver and is now in the 11th position. Nuts is closing in on Akinoni, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds and looking to make a move. Maya is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, fast enough to make a move soon. Gaming Fight Cancer is climbing up to 10th place. Not bad. Nuts is now in 13th, inching closer to the top 10. Akanon is racing in 1948 Packard 822nd Club. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. Looks like a steady but not spectacular run so far. Congratulations to Dale Earnhardt on the win. Looks like he still knows how to leave the competition in the dust. Wow! Dale Earnhardt really shows them how it's done. Big congratulations to him for taking the checkered flag. Now, for those ready to claim a car, Leon Yashin, you dominated the bet race and can claim that stunning 1951 Ferrari 212 Export. That's a classic beauty. And Amy, with the most overtakes under your belt, you're in luck. You get to claim the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. Great job to everyone involved. That was an epic race. Alright, here's a fun fact for you all about the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve retro track. This track actually pays homage to the legendary Gilles Villeneuve, who was famous for his daring driving style and those epic battles on the original circuit. The retro version brings a vintage vibe to the modern race, so you can imagine those old-school Formula 1 cars with a little extra flair. It's like racing through a history book with a turbo boost. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down and I don't want you to miss out on your chance to see which AI vehicle will take the crown. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Well, this is quite the classic showdown. The 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock is a beast built for straight-line speed, but the Corvette C3's Rhone has that sleek, aerodynamic edge, along with some racing pedigree. On a circuit like Gilles Villeneuve Retro, handling and agility are king, and the Corvette might have the upper hand there. But you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the underdog surprises us. I'd say the Corvette has a slight advantage here, but I'm excited to see how they handle the twists and turns. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack on pole, cruising in a classic 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi-Toy Aura. This vintage supercar looks like it's ready to bring some serious retro fierce to the race. Stay tuned. Hingle McCringleberry has taken the lead right out of the gate. Maya is holding strong in second place, and Hot Bolognese is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Nanner Obstarks is climbing fast into fifth place. Akvaithi is also making moves up to seventh. Akvaithi and Lazy Towner are nose-to-nose fighting for sixth. Prisvachingyo is driving a 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi-Toy. They're currently in the 15th place, so not quite the front runner, but still hanging in there. Bleach Meps and Hot Bolognese are nose to tail for third place. K. Rubenin is climbing up to 10th. Bleach Mepsi is cruising in a 1965 Bizzarini 5300G Stradadata. Looks like they're holding steady in fourth place, but no real pressure yet. Race seems pretty calm for now. Rosaris just climbed one spot to 7th place. Akvaithi and Rosaris are nose-to-nose battling for 7th. Hirunin is also moving up, now in 9th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Rosauer's just sneaked into 6th place and is now battling it out with Lazy Towner for that spot. Keruvanen is also climbing up to 8th. Looks like the fight for the middle is heating up. Lichmepsi and Hot Bolognese are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Akvathi and Keruvanen are locked in a close fight for 8th. Dale Earnhardt just gained 1 spot, now in 17th. Amy's car is a 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock Doc Hemi. She's currently in 12th place and seems to be holding steady without any major moves. Looks like she's just cruising along for now. Riswa Chingyo is driving a 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi Dito. They're currently in the 14th place, staying steady but not making much noise in the top ranks. Keruvanen is climbing up to 7th place. Riswat Ingyo and Lien Yoshin are nose-to-nose for 13th. Wild Kevanona is driving a 1971 Plymouth Road Runner. They're currently in the 10th place, so they're holding steady, but not exactly racing to the front. Looks like a solid middle of the pack effort so far. Keruvan is climbing to 5th place. Pippi Langström is now in 10th. Riswat Inyo has moved up to 13th. The tight corners and chicanes at Gilles Villeneuve are probably favoring those with good handling and quick reflexes. Looks like the top drivers are holding steady, but overtakes might be tricky here. Hingon Mekring-Albury's 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi is leading comfortably with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're enjoying a smooth cruise at the front. Lazy Towner is in 8th place with a Lamborghini Girama S from 1972. Their fastest lap is 2:15.434. Looks like they're holding steady but not gaining ground. Hingle is holding the lead comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just cruising to the finish. Lazy Towner is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Girama S and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 2:15.434, so they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a solid mid-pack effort so far. Lichmepsi is now in 3rd place. Keruvanen is closing in on Hot Bolognese, cutting the gap by over a second. Dale Earnhardt has moved up to 16. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry on winning the race. Looks like they really know how to take the checkered flag. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking the race and the fastest lap. What a performance! Congratulations! You've earned that shiny 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi, a true vintage beast. Amy, you also did an awesome job winning the bet race. You get to claim the 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock, perfect for showing off some classic muscle. Well done to both of you. This race was a blast. Did you know the 1973 AMC Gremlin X was basically the rebellious little sibling of the car world? It was known for its quirky design and compact size, which made it perfect for urban adventures or escaping from boring commute. Plus, it had a surprising amount of attitude for a small car, kind of like a pocket rocket with a mischievous grin. Definitely one of those cars that made you smile just by looking at it. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make your move before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one comes out on top. Alright everyone, the race is underway here at Trazado Internacional de Puebla. Leading the pack on pole is XOSS in a classic 1971 Puma GTB. Let's see if those vintage wheels can hold off the pack. XOSS is leading the pack right now with Amy right behind in second place. Scuderia Veloce is holding on to third, but don't blink or they might lose that spot. Checo 21 just made a bold move, climbing 5 spots to 8th place. Vinha 17 is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 16th. Takido Kibri is climbing steadily, moving up 2 places to 4th. Uncle Tobin is slicing through the field, now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Figureta Sport is climbing steadily, now in 6th place. Renault T4 and Figureta Sport are nose to tail, battling for 6th place. Scuderia Veloz is climbing to 2nd place. Amy and Scuderia Veloz are nose to tail for 2nd. Figureta Sport is chipping away at Nuts' lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Scuderia Veloz and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 2nd. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 13. Lian Yashin is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 24th. Figureta Sport just nudged up 1 place to 5th. Renault T4 is inching closer to Nuts, closing the gap by a solid 1.6 seconds. Vinchicott 21 is inching closer to Renault T4, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom and G-Master Thegamer 1000 are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Wenty Tapsumbongs is climbing up 1 spot to take 21st. Wenty Tapsumbong CX and Dale Earnhardt are battling closely for 20th place. Wang Yi Tapsumbongs is on a roll, climbing 3 places to reach the 18th position. Pippi Langstrom is inching up 1 spot to 12th. Uncle Tobin is also moving up 1 spot, now 17th. Ihave Exema is charging through the field, now in 26th place after overtaking 3 cars. The Empress has gained 1 position, now in 8th. Vinchicott 1 and the Empress are nose to tail, fighting for 8th place. Maya is climbing fast, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Lord Buttrill is right behind, also moving up 3 spots to 22nd. Renault T4 is closing in on Nuts with a 2.4 second gap. Renault T4 and Nuts are battling it out for 6th place. Ihave Exema is making a bold move up 3 spots to 23rd. Vinchicott 21 is climbing steadily to 7th. The AI Empress is also inching forward to 8th. Filthy Old Guy is climbing to 10th place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 12th. Vinha 17 has moved up to 14. Tokidokibre is really eyeing Scuderia Veloce now. Uncle Tobin just jumped 2 spots to 14. Ihavexima is chipping away at Lord Buttrell's lead, closing in by a second and a half. PP Langstrump is climbing to 11th place. Uncle Tobin and X-Basics Wichix are neck and neck for 13th. Wenty Tapsumbonks is chipping away at Sputnik NZ, closing the gap by a second and a half. Congratulations to XOSS on winning the race. Looks like they really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well done. Here's a fun fact about the 2019 Ford Mustang. It was the last model year of the 6th generation before Ford announced the 7th generation. So in a way, it's like the final hurrah for the classic design and those iconic muscle car vibes. Plus, it packs some serious power, with the GT model capable of producing over 460 horsepower. Basically, it's a roaring beast with a bit of a farewell tour feel. Wow, this is a bit of an underdog story, isn't it? The Ford Falcon FGX from 2015 is a pretty solid choice, with its muscle and agility. On the other hand, the Nissan Altima from 2013 is more of a family sedan, so it might be facing an uphill battle on a vintage track like Laguna Seca. I'd put my money on Meg's Boring Life and the Falcon taking an early lead. The Nissan might surprise us in the corners, but I doubt it can keep up with the Falcon's raw power. This race might turn into a bit of a one-sided affair, but hey, I'm rooting for the underdog. Alright folks, Maya is leading the pack from pole position in the V8 Supercars class. driving a classic 2008 Ford Falcon FG. The race is kicking off at Laguna Seca Vintage, so sit back and watch her try to hold on to that top spot. Maya has shot off the line to take the lead. SS Davin Games is holding strong in second place. Amy is right behind in third, looking to make a move soon. Ingelmeet Kringleberry and Drelitsko are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Papa Cassie and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a close fight for 11th. Beef Sliders just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Let's Go and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for 6th place. Rekoharu G is climbing up to 9th place. Rekoharu G and Hingle Kringleberry are battling for 8th. Yabuarivonda is climbing fast, now in 15th place. U20 place is right behind, also making moves to reach 16th. Nuts is not holding back, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 17th. Kishk is climbing to 12th place. Druerfals is making a move to 21st place. Meg's Boring Life is really having a tough time dropping to the back of the pack. Beef Sliders is making some progress, climbing 2 spots to just outside the top 10. Scuderia Veloce is inching forward 1 position to 13. Maya is leading the race in a 2008 Ford Falcon FG with the fastest lap so far at 1:8.091. Looks like she's holding a steady pace and has a comfortable gap at the moment. U20 place is climbing up to 15th place. Nudes is now 16th. Trifonity 3 has moved into 17th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Yabuo Rwanda is climbing up to 13th place. Scuderia Veloce and Yabuo Rwanda are nose-to-nose for that spot. Noose is sneaking into 16th place. Trifonity 3 is climbing 1 spot to 16th place. Dale Earnhardt is also moving up 1 spot to 17th place. Nuts is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon. Ford Falcon FGX and currently in 16th place. Their lap time is around 1 minute 9 seconds, so they're holding a steady pace but not quite challenging the leaders. Papa Kaisi is in a 2013 Nissan Altima, starting from 12th. They're currently in 10th and have a fastest lap of 7.18, so they're making some moves up the field. Wow, Maya, you must have taken the phrase winning is everything a bit too seriously. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, congratulations to Maya for taking the race. That was some serious driving. Now, for the fun part, Amy, you've snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the sweet 2019 Ford Mustang with a V8 Supercars engine. Notes: you're the master of overtakes today, so you get to claim the 2015 Ford Falcon FGX, also with a V8 Supercars engine. Great job everyone, this race just keeps getting more exciting. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you're back in the race. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action. Hey everyone. It looks like we need to take a quick break for some stream maintenance.